Ok, perfetto.
Can we start preparing ourselves to start? Lucia, do we have the... Shall we introduce you again or?
No, they know me the whole week.
Okay, okay.
We have been together.
Okay. Dopo. We are starting in 3 minutes. I hope you had a good rest and you feel rested to face the last day. Yeah. So we are starting in 3 minutes. How do you feel today? Stanca. Stanca ma contenta. Okay. Good morning. And welcome as we start the last day of our journey together. And today, our theme is organizing JPIC and JPIC-related ministries office, or it can be a group, or it can be an apostolate. So for the past days, we have reflected on systemic transformation, climate justice, multilateralism, and the call to build a global family. Today, we move from reflection to structure, from vision to coordination, asking a practical and urgent question. How do we organize ourselves so that this mission becomes sustainable, effective, and transformative? Today is practical and focused. We will listen to testimonies from those who have begun JPIC and JPIC-related ministries' offices for their congregations. Their experiences remind us that beginnings require commitment and not perfection. We will explore tools and guidelines for organizing or strengthening JPIC structures, reflect on collaboration with the JPIC Commission, Secretariat, and identify concrete steps for developing a realistic, contextual, and mission-driven action plans. Organization is not bureaucracy. It is stewardship. It ensures continuity, accountability, and long-term impact. It transforms good intentions into sustained actions. As we begin, let us be open and courageous. Our goal is not simply to create offices, but to create spaces of communion, advocacy, and transformation where justice is organized, peace is cultivated, and care for creation becomes a shared responsibility. May this day equip us with practical pathways to act together as one global family, committed to systemic transformation and a just and lasting peace for all creation. And we know that alone we cannot do it. So we invite the one who is our strength to lead us and to be with us. And I invite Sister Beatrice to lead us in prayer. She doesn't want to be introduced. She's so humble. Welcome.
Thank you. ¿Le doy aquí? ¿Aquí le doy? Sí.
Good.
Buenos días. Voy a hacer la oración en español y me va a ayudar a leer los textos Marta. Para este momento de oración quise traer a esta sala, después de tantos días, la figura de Monseñor Romero, porque creo que él ha sido un ejemplo para cada uno de nosotros en todo este camino de evangelización por la justicia, la paz y la integridad de la creación. Vamos a orar con un texto, una oración que le atribuyen a él y que creo que puede ayudarnos pues, a situarnos. ¿No traduces? No traduces.
Translation, is it back? Translation.
Yes, we could hear, but now it's quiet.
Bueno, pues como decía, vamos a orar con él. El tiempo de Óscar Romero fue un tiempo muy difícil por la violencia desatada debido a los conflictos socioeconómicos y políticos. Y dentro de tanta violencia salió una voz profética que imploraba la paz, buscaba la concordia y denunciaba la injusticia. Os invito ahora, en un momento de silencio, a leer esta frase y a interiorizarla. Pues vamos a orar con este texto.
De vez en cuando, dar un paso atrás ayuda a tomar una perspectiva mejor. El reino no solo está más allá de nuestros esfuerzos, sino incluso más allá de nuestra visión.
Durante nuestra vida, solo realizamos una minúscula parte de esa significativa empresa que es la obra de Dios.
Nada de lo que hacemos está acabado, lo que significa que el reino está ante nosotros.
Ninguna declaración dice todo lo que podría decirse.
Ninguna oración expresa plenamente nuestra fe. Ninguna confesión trae la perfección.
Ninguna visita pastoral trae la integridad. Ningún programa realiza la misión de la Iglesia. En ningún esquema de metas y de objetivos se incluye todo.
Esto es lo que intentamos hacer. Plantamos semillas que un día crecerán. Regamos semillas ya plantadas, sabiendo que son promesas de futuro.
Sentamos bases que necesitarán un mayor desarrollo.
Los efectos de la levadura que proporcionamos van más allá de nuestras posibilidades.
No podemos hacerlo todo, y al darnos cuenta de ello, sentimos una cierta liberación.
Ella nos capacita a hacer algo y hacerlo muy bien. Puede que sea incompleto, pero es un principio, un paso en el camino, una ocasión para que entre la gracia del Señor y haga el resto.
Es posible que no veamos nunca los resultados finales, pero esa es la diferencia entre el jefe de obras y el albañil. Somos albañiles, no jefes de obras, ministros, no el Mesías. Yo creo que no está traduciendo. No está traduciendo. No, translate.
The translation is gone again. Is it back now? Okay.
Somos albañiles, no jefes de obras, ministros, no el Mesías. Somos profetas de un futuro que no es el nuestro. Amén.
So thank you very much, Beatrice, for reminding us of a prophet of his time when things were difficult. And that today we are called to be prophets of our time because things are difficult. And he makes us feel that it is possible because he did it with the Lord and not alone. So let us embrace Jesus to help us also do it in our time. And now I would like to invite Brother Alberto, who will be the one moderating this first session, to take the floor.
Thank you, Mama Rifar. So good morning to everybody. And we are starting our last day of workshop. And today, definitely, we are going to work. And to prepare the ground, we know that many of us are just approaching this new field of ministry. Others are already well-versed with this ministry, but we are also experiencing frustrations, difficulties, challenges. So we are going to start with some testimonies from ourselves. And the purpose of this exercise is really to share with one another the journey that we are going through. We are going to have 3 testimonies. They are different from each other because of the context of the experience and the different situations. But we believe that this sharing can be very inspiring, not because of the successes, which are also there, but above all, because they really reassure us that indeed the journey, it's not easy, but it can be done. And it can be done with joy. So without delaying any longer, we can introduce our speakers today. So can we have... So I'm inviting Father Antonio to come here at the table. He's a Claretian missionary, a priest. And in his formation background, he specialized in spiritual theology and worked in Argentina and then in Spain before arriving in Zimbabwe, where he served for 22 years in various ministries and leadership roles. And currently, he's the secretary of the Declaration Justice, Peace and Integrity of Creation Commission, and he's based here in Rome, and he is an active member of the group of Justice, Peace and Integrity of Creation promoters of USG and UISG. So, Father Antonio, thank you for your availability to share with us.
Thank you for the invitation to share. I'm going to share just my my experience. Is nothing technical, but at least what we are trying to do. So I'm going to speak in Spanish. I prepare everything in Spanish. Debido a que es mi lengua natal y todavía me expreso un poquito mejor en ella que en las otras. Después de 22 años trabajando en Zimbabue, sobre todo en parroquias, en algún colegio, también trabajé como delegado de catequesis en una de las diócesis donde trabajamos, pues la verdad que no me resultó fácil asumir esta oficina de JPIC. Llevo ahora, este mes he hecho 2 años y medio aquí, es poquito todavía, pero bueno, he sobrevivido y sí les puedo decir que si yo he sobrevivido, cualquiera en este mundo puede sobrevivir, les aseguro, porque no tengo ninguna formación técnica para este trabajo, solamente la experiencia, el haber trabajado con algunas comisiones de justicia y paz en Zimbabue, pero nada especialmente técnico. Y creo que la única cosa especial es la experiencia de trabajo en las bases. Cuando asumí este trabajo, lo primero que pude ver es que es una continuación. Los claretianos, en la Comisión de Justicia y Paz de los claretianos, empezó en 1978. Yo no empecé nada nuevo, sino que se trataba de continuar y seguir adelante un trabajo ya hecho por décadas. Y lo primero en darme cuenta es que no existía una oficina de JPIC independiente, sino que formaba parte de una estructura mayor que en nuestro caso se llama SOMI, Solidaridad y Misión, que es una manera de, podemos decir, de llevar nuestra misión. Eso significaba que JPIC es uno de los 3 órganos que forman SOMI para nosotros. Nosotros tenemos la Comisión de Justicia y Paz, tenemos lo que llamamos la misión de la Procura de Misiones, donde está incluida la ONG, y tenemos también un equipo que posiblemente es bastante amplio, más que JPIC, que representa a la ONG y a claretianos en Naciones Unidas. De hecho, tenemos 2 en New York y 1 en Nairobi, miembros de la congregación. Así que esto, que se inició en el 2014, trajo una nueva manera de trabajar. Significaba pasar de iniciativas más sectoriales a una visión más integral de todos los ministerios sociales. Y donde JPIC se entiende como un tema transversal, que forma parte de un proceso de misión. Entonces, me forzó a repensar, también a repensarme dentro, ¿no? Fue un cambio que providencialmente anticipó la orientación que después tomaría la Iglesia con el Dicasterio para el Desarrollo Humano Integral, que lo que hizo fue también unificar todos los ministerios o los órganos más sociales. Explico así muy rápido cuál ha sido tuve que darme cuenta de que cuál es mi lugar de JPIC dentro de esta estructura de SOMI y ver cuál es mi trabajo concreto. Entonces fui descubriendo que es un momento para darme cuenta que JPIC es el que inicia los procesos de discernimiento en las comunidades. Luego mi trabajo estaba más pegado a las bases, a trabajar más con las bases y con los encargados de justicia y paz en cada provincia. Después, que ayuda a identificar las causas estructurales de la injusticia. Entonces, que hay que estar siempre pendientes de cuáles son las causas. Y después otra clave es que ofrece claves de lectura desde la doctrina social de la Iglesia. También desde mi experiencia, pues, descubrir que JPIC no es una técnica ni una ideología, sino es una espiritualidad, una manera de vivir. Y conecta nuestra fe con el porqué de la misión. ¿Por qué hacemos lo que hacemos? Hay personas que lo hacen pues por su opción humanitaria. Nosotros lo hacemos porque somos claretianos, porque tenemos una opción de fe. Es el porqué de nuestra misión. Y después a ver cómo se conjunta mi trabajo con las otras 2 áreas. Entonces, con la ONG, por ejemplo, si JPIC nos ayuda a mirar la realidad y a discernir el camino. La ONG y la Procura nos ayudan a dar sostenibilidad a los procesos, a buscar recursos y apoyo técnico. Y después, ¿cómo se conecta JPIC con nuestra conexión en la ONU, nuestro grupo en la ONU? Pues nuestra presencia claretiana en la ONU no es un añadido, sino que es una extensión natural de JPIC. Podemos decir que el equipo claretiano que tenemos en la ONU es uno de los espacios donde la lectura que hace JPIC en las bases encuentra una voz para que se escuche a un nivel más global. Entonces, toda esta reflexión tuvo que ser parte de mi investigación también en el primer año, ¿no? Otra experiencia que quisiera compartir es el trabajo que hicimos como familia claretiana. Cuando yo llegué ya había toda una iniciativa de un equipo de JPIC, de Justicia, Paz, Integridad de la Creación, pero de familia claretiana, no solo de nuestra congregación. En familia claretiana somos 8 ramas diferentes. Mi hermana Beatriz, que está aquí, está en el mismo equipo. Y uno de los objetivos de este trabajo era sensibilizar a toda la familia claretiana en el campo de la justicia, la paz y la ecología. Ha sido una experiencia muy positiva porque prácticamente de los 8, 7 representantes éramos nuevos. Creo que solamente Dania, ¿no?, permanecía del grupo anterior. Entonces, esto nos dio una oportunidad de reorganizar tareas, formar equipos, tuvimos que empezar a conocernos mejor, reflexionar juntos y ver los desafíos que nos plantea Justicia y Paz como familia claretiana. Fue una experiencia muy bonita de trabajo en equipo, de participación, donde naturalmente surgió un liderazgo rotativo. Cada año cambiamos el liderazgo del equipo. El año pasado éramos Beatriz y yo en el liderazgo. Este año hay otras 2 hermanas que lideran el equipo de JPIC, lo que ha traído, creo que, una manera de repensarnos mucho más en sinodalidad y donde no hay un grupo o una persona que lidera y hace todo el tiempo, sino que vamos compartiendo responsabilidades. Y ahí ven algunos de los materiales que realizamos durante el año, especialmente para sensibilizar a toda la familia claretiana. Y por último, para mí un tercer aspecto importante ha sido la participación en esta red de justicia y paz de la Comisión de la Unión de Superiores Generales, los 2 femeninos y masculinos, donde creo que yo al menos cuando llegué ya claretianos participábamos. Lo único que he hecho es continuar con la presencia, pero pude encontrar un espacio que me permitió conectar con otras congregaciones, darme cuenta que mis problemas no son únicos, que en realidad todos tenemos casi los mismos problemas, De hecho, me sirvió para darme cuenta que la comisión de JPIC está en un momento difícil a nivel general y todos compartíamos las mismas dificultades. También me sirvió para conectar con personas con quien podemos ayudarnos. De hecho, hemos organizado en el año pasado como familia claretiana, organizamos un taller al que Mamalífar nos ayudó, gracias a esta conexión con JPIC Roma. También aquí he podido conectar con muchas más personas que en el fondo creamos redes y nos ayuda a ayudarnos unos a otros, tener visiones más de conjunto y a lo mejor ver cómo entre todos se tiene un poco de trabajo en red, ¿no? Entonces, para mí esta ha sido otra de las experiencias que Vincent, el que estaba antes de mí, ya estaba muy comprometido aquí y yo he intentado seguir, aunque debido a otros compromisos no he podido seguir el mismo nivel, pero estoy contento de haber estado presente aquí. Y bueno, con esto concluiría mi compartir de hoy. Gracias.
Thank you, Antonio, for your sharing. I think it's a beautiful experience, isn't it? It's one way of living integral ecology. We really perceived how everything is interconnected, right? And we heard the local level and the global level. Then this synodal approach within the Claretian family, but also with other congregations. And the importance of this connection, not only and networking, not only for the sake of the work that we are doing, but also as a source of mutual support. We share the same difficulties, and when we come together and we share about it and we brainstorm, well, we help one another and we start seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. So thank you very, very much, Antonio, for your sharing. So now we move to the second contribution. I ask Gianluca to share Adina. Okay. We have Sister Adina. She's online. Adina is from the Congregation of Jesus, who has recently merged with the sister congregation of the Loreto Sisters. And Adina has been a member of the group of Justice and Peace promoters here in Rome. And last year, she moved back to Romania. And do we have, oh, here we have. So Sister Adina has a background in law and communication. She founded Soluodi Romania, an NGO specialized in working with women and children victims of human trafficking or domestic violence. She was assigned as Justice, Peace and Integrity of Creation Coordinator for her congregation in 2020. And she has an interesting experience because since the two congregations were on a program of coming together, basically they worked together, Sister Adina and a sister from the other congregation in this office. So they had really a collaborative experience even within. And she's a member of the advisory committee for the sisters UN Desk New York, a trustee of Renate, and a member of Pax Christi International Board. So Adina, thank you for joining us. We are very happy to see you again, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alberto. It's good to see you all. I feel like I'm back in Rome. Good morning, everyone. And once again, thank you very much for this invitation. I am really grateful for the opportunity to be here, even online, to share with you a lived experience on how our what we call Mary Ward JPIC office was born, was funded, how it grew, and how it continues to mature within the Mary Ward family. First of all, I think I would like to mention that our journey, first of all, has taught us that organizing JPIC, like Sister Mamarifa mentioned before, is not about structures or systems. We need them. But it's more about relationships, about listening together, about discernment, patience, a lot of patience, and faithfulness to the mission entrusted to us. Our context, as Alberto mentioned, is about two congregations, one carries. So for most of our history, we lived our mission in two congregations, one founded in 1606 in England by Mary Ward, and we were known as the English Ladies, and one founded from the congregation founded by Mary Ward in Ireland in 1822 by Teresa Ball, and these other sisters were known as the Loreto sisters. So as I said, we shared the same charism but had different structures. So when we began organizing a joint JPIC office, we were already learning to collaborate across institutional boundaries. And I think this shaped everything that followed. Before 2020, JPIC was already present in many provinces, in our social ministries, in education, in advocacy, in ecological initiatives. But what was missing, and maybe this is what is missing also in your congregation, was coordination and visibility. So the general leadership at that time recognized the need for connection, for a shared direction, and for mutual support. So in late 2019, two coordinators were appointed, one from each congregation, and in January 2020, the joint JPIC office officially began. So here you can see myself and Sister Pauline. We are the two people who start this joint office in 2020. And we start almost from nothing. Because we had no established structure. This was part of our task to establish the structure. We had no handbook for the joint offices, no central database, and very limited resources. But what we had, and this was beautiful, was the trust from the leadership, commitment from both of us, and the deep sense of mission. Unfortunately, shortly after we arrived in Rome, COVID-19 changed everything. And this obliged us, forced us to organize digitally right from the beginning. Now, our first organizational priority was building the network. So our first task was identifying people. So we asked provinces to nominate JPIC coordinators where there was none. Contacted each one of them personally, listened to their situations, and created a directory which we shared among us. And this was foundational because without the people, there is no office. Pauline and myself, yeah, but we need the rest of the people at the grassroots. Then the next step was to establish communication structures. So we built communication channels, through, we had regular online meetings, email list, newsletter, a website and social media, Facebook, and a shared calendar. And this created visibility and continuity, and JPIC started to become present in the life of the congregation. Now, the next step was defining the roles and the expectations. So, what is a provincial or a province coordinator? What is the role of the central office? What belongs to the leadership? What belongs to the local communities? So, in order to understand this, we organized formation sessions to clarify responsibilities in order to prevent confusion and burnout, because some people really took their role very seriously, and most of them had a main mission, which was not JPIC, like it was for me and Pauline. So we had to find the right balance. We chose a method, and at that time, we also, Pauline and myself, did the formation course you are doing now, and Alberto introduced us to the See, Judge, Act methodology, and this is the one we adopted. And this is the one we shared with the coordinators and helped them to analyze their local reality, to discern in faith, and to plan realistic actions. You know, sometimes we tend to be very idealistic and things don't really move. It also gave coherence to diverse initiatives because more or less we were speaking the same language. What we learned in terms of integrating spirituality and structure is that if JPIC is only organizational, like we mentioned already, this is what we had to do in the beginning, it will collapse. So we have integrated prayer resources, liturgical materials, reflection guides, and spiritual formation. And all our JPIC meetings included prayer always, and this somehow sustained motivation. Now, what helped us was using Laudato Si encyclical as an organizing framework. And in 2021, inspired by Pope Francis and Laudato Si, we launched the 7-year action plan at the congregational level for both congregations. As I mentioned in the beginning, we are in 35 countries on 5 continents. And this became a very powerful organizational tool because it gave a common language, common goals, and measurable indicators. So from 2021 onwards, provinces developed their own local plans, and this balanced unity and autonomy. Of course, one of the challenges moving forward was monitoring progress. So we encouraged provinces to report. We encouraged them to enroll on the Laudato Si Action platform and share good practices. And every year we collect all this information and we put them together in a tool which we translated. We used both. We used 2 languages, English and Spanish. So people feel inspired by each other, not to compare or to compete, but also to understand and to respect each province rhythm. As the office matured, we expanded into advocacy with the help of JPIC Roma, but also with other webinars, workshops, and meetings. We learned how to draft statements, how to respond to crises, how to engage in petitions, there are so many, and how to work with networks. As Antonio mentioned before, this gave us a sense that we did not speak alone. We spoke with others, and this strengthened credibility. What we had to do next was to develop external partnerships. So we built partnerships or relationships deeper with our UN NGO representatives. We also have an an office at the UN. With church networks, I mentioned already Laudato Si platform, but there are also many others, JPIC Roma and many, many others. Investment ethics groups and ecological platform. And all these together help us extend our impact, but also professionalized our work, our mission. We invested a lot of time and resources in formation. We had 3 sessions every year, 1 for the coordinators and 2 for the main group, for people who were involved, for friends of our congregation or co-workers. So we had webinars, workshop, thematic seminars. There is a saying, I think it says, an office is only as strong as its people. No, it's an adaptation. But the stronger, the more we know all what we are talking about, the stronger the office is. Now, Alberto mentioned before that last year, on November 4th, our congregations became one. So under the name of Congregation of Jesus. So for JPIC office, this meant unified governance, one person, simplified reporting, clearer authority, and a stronger voice. And because, as I mentioned in the beginning, the office was formed also to ease this process of becoming one. So since 2020, we had so many meetings together. This transition, I think, was smooth. I think my colleague, Sister Sunita, who replaces us now in the office, I think she agrees. I think also JPIC had prepared us for unity, for this becoming one. I will mention just a few of the challenges in organizing the office. We had unequal resources. Maybe the biggest was language barriers. Now we work with DeepL. We have so many instruments post-pandemic, but those days it was not so easy. Of course, cultural differences, changes in leadership. The generalate changed after 3 years. And of course, fatigue. And I would say webinar fatigue. But this taught us how to simplify, how to prioritize, how to delegate, and sometimes how to slow down. We learned that sustainability matters more than speed. So from experience, this is Pauline and myself in the photo at our general congregation. We learned that an office starts with relationships, clarifying the roles at the early stages, invest in formation, absolutely integrate spirituality, respect local rhythms. Like I said, patience is one of the qualities of the JPIC coordinator, according to my experience. And communicate constantly. Don't believe that once you said something, people will remember, even twice or even 3 times, sometimes 7 times 7. But we are happy about the fruits, because today we see a stable network of coordinators, a stronger ecological commitment at the congregation level, a unified JPIC culture, credible advocacy, and a shared identity. Now, the office is no longer new, but part of our institutional life. And for those of you who start today, or start on Monday when you start this formation, actually, I would say just don't wait for the perfect condition and begin with what you have. Listen more than you plan and form people before projects. This is difficult because projects are so measurable. You can see the results, no? Protect the spiritual depth and build slowly. I hope I share with you my main experience. In one sentence, I would say again that the JPIC office is not mainly about structures, but more about the most challenging, maybe now it's also Lent time, it's an institutional conversion. And somehow it's about helping a congregation, my congregation, maybe your congregation, live its carries responsibly in today's world. And maybe our journey from 2020 to, I would say, 2026, I dare, even if I left in end of 2025, mid 2025, that this is possible step by step, together and in faith. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adina. As we have heard, here we have a very different situation. Father Antonio shared an experience where he came into an already existing structure. In this second case, we had the structure was not there and had to be invented. So thank you very much, Adina, for your very precious insights in what it takes to set up a justice and peace structure. And now we go to our third sharing. Yes, we have Father Richard. You may come to the table. Yes, so Father Richard Quadros is a missionary of the Society of the Divine Word. And he dedicated pastoral and social service to indigenous communities in the eastern state of Odisha and the western state of Maharashtra in India. He worked in the field also of education and has an interest in sustainable livelihoods and land rights of indigenous peoples. He's an active member of national advocacy initiatives in India, and he won some awards like the COVID-19 Warrior Award conferred by the government of Maharashtra and awarded by the tribal associations of the state in India. And he's now the Justice and Peace Coordinator for the Divine Word missionaries, and he's based here in Rome. So, Father Ricci, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much, Alberto and the organizing team, for inviting me to participate in this particular workshop. First of all, I would like to mention that testimony means any statement or proof that supports a fact or claim. I hope my presentation also will have sufficient support and facts and claim to say that the Society of the Divine Word or the popularly known as SVDs world over, is having that claim of introducing justice and peace, and especially the structure that we have will also can be replicated in some of the congregations, especially in terms of synodality. So this is okay. I would like to give you a historical development of JPIC in the SVD. If you see the origin for any congregation or anything that new happening in the history, it has its own background or its own motivation or inspiration and aspirations. The origin of the JPIC structure in the Society of the Divine Word, or in the future I'll be saying SVDs, Societas Verbi Divini SVD, goes back to 1971, where we had global church influence. To give you a short background of that global church influence, in the Synod of Bishops of the Catholic Church and its Justice in the World document represented a major moment in Catholic social teaching, showing a new global consciousness in the church about justice, development, and the church's mission in the world. What happened after 1971, after the issuance of this global church influence, is that the Secondary Ordinary General Assembly of the Synod of the Bishops in 1971 was convened by Pope Paul VI, and it focused on two main themes. The first was the ministerial priesthood, and the second is justice in the world. And the SVDs took up this part of the focus area, the justice in the world, for the ministerial priesthood. And as a result, in 1982, we had our first structure, JPIC structure in the Society of the Divine Word. So that's the 12th general chapter of the Congregation of the Society of the Divine Word. We started our formal JPIC structure at the Generalate. And the chapter resolved to establish JPIC coordinators at the Generalate level and provincialate level. Therefore, today we have the JPIC coordinator at the Generalate level. So the historical development since then, JPIC became one of the 4 characteristic dimensions of SVD mission. We have 4 characteristic dimensions. The first one is biblical, that is Bible coordinator is separately appointed for this. The mission animation, mission secretary. Then we have communication coordinator. And fourth is justice, peace, integrity of creation coordinator. The rationale for establishing JPIC in SVD is the first one is a theological basis. Then we have an ecclesial basis. The third is a missionary basis. The first theological basis is JPIC is rooted in Trinitarian spirituality. Our congregation and the founder was very much inspired by the prologue of the John's prologue in the scripture, the Word becoming flesh, getting incarnated and living among us. So Trinitarian spirituality. Then the mission of God, Missio Dei. You know, in 1934, this concept of mission of God or Missio Dei was very much prevalent. And we see in 1965, mission ad gentes, sending the missionaries out. So mission of the church, mission of God and mission of the church. So these two things were, need to be complementing each other. So therefore, we see the theological basis was so strong in the congregation, and especially in the general chapters. The chapter capitulars found that this is very important to live this aspect of mission of the church and mission of God, in a complementary manner. So that's where we see the ecclesial basis. The office emerged in 1982, the office emerged, and the Vatican II emphasized social responsibility. In 1965, we have the emphasis of the justice aspect of the church, and the Synod, 1971, called Justice, Peace, a constitutive of evangelization. Then we have the missionary rationale. SVD works worldwide among the poor, marginalized, migrants, indigenous people. Thus, JPIC become necessary to address structural injustice, promote human dignity, integrate faith and social transformation. So these are the main three rationale on which our JPIC ministry is functioning. The goals of the JPIC in SVD is first goal is promotion of justice, human rights, equality, and social transformation. Secondly, promotion of peace, nonviolence, reconciliation, interreligious dialogue. Thirdly, integrity of creation, ecological justice, sustainable development, and environmental protection. Based on this goal, we have the vision and mission statement. We envision a world where human dignity is respected, justice and peace prevail, creation is protected, and promote justice through mission work by empowering the marginalized communities by advocating for systemic change. Then we have the objectives of JPIC, which is very important at the grassroots level, common objectives, and there are specific objectives as well. Awareness, educate members about social issues, advocacy, influence policies, promote human rights, networking, collaborate within NGOs, church groups, UN bodies, and pastoral action, serve marginalized communities. The focus areas, typical JPIC thematic priorities, human rights, as already I mentioned in the objectives, social issues, that is human trafficking and migration, labor exploitation, which is often coming in our chapters as resolutions, recommendations, and suggestions, where our confreres on ground zero are trained as well as inspired to work at this level, because these are resolutions taken by the chapter capitulars and recommendations and suggestions given by them. So my job is to take these resolutions, recommendations, and suggestions to grassroots level, those who are working on grassroots level, especially in our provinces, regions, and missions. Then we have peace issues, conflict resolution and dialogue. We have focus area, ecological issues, climate change, biodiversity, and sustainable living. These are some of our focus areas. Strategies of JPIC in our congregation is JPIC works through formation and education, advocacy, especially lobbying governments at the local level and national level and international level under the banner called Vivat International, which I'm going to address in a few minutes. Then the third strategy is networking, NGOs, church groups, and interfaith organizations, grassroots actions, community organization, and social ministries. Then we have the structure of governance as follows. If you see there, this is the structure. The flow chart of the structure is this. We have the SVD Generalate. Then under the Generalate, we have General Aid JPIC coordinator, resides always in the General Aid in Rome. Then zonal JPIC coordinators at the continental level. We have 4 different zones based on the continents: Afram continent, Afram, Africa and Madagascar; ASPAC continent, all the ASPAC countries, Asian countries and Pacific countries, Australia, New Zealand and Papua New Guinea, ASPAC zone. Then we have Latin American, North American, Latin American zone, that is Pan-Am zone. Then we have Europa zone, all of Europe. So all these 4 continents have got 4 zonal coordinators, and under him there are province and regional and mission coordinators, JPIC coordinators. So they are all residing in their respective provinces, zones, provinces and missions, so that it is easy for us to coordinate with them the issues that have been discussed during the chapters, the resolutions and the recommendation suggestions. Then under zonal coordinator, we have subzones as well. If a zone is too big in terms of its linguistic base and cultural base, we do have subzonal coordinators. Especially in ASPAC zone, it is so vast and so vivid in its culture and language. We have subzonal coordinators in Indonesia subzone, the Philippines subzone, India, Bangladesh subzone, and Pacific subzone also. Yeah. Then we have the link between JPIC and Vivat International. The foundational relationship between Vivat International was founded and registered in the United Nations Organization in 2000 by Society of the Divine Word, Missionary Sister Servants of the Holy Spirit, and other 10 Catholic congregations who are permanent members with us. So this is a synod. This is one of the good epitome or the examples of working together. 12 congregations working together at the United Nations. We have 17,000 members working together for the purpose of the advocacy, both in Geneva as well as New York. So this office is well equipped with the personnel from different congregations, both in New York as well as Geneva. The role of Vivat is JPIC advocacy, global networking, and bridge between grassroots and global policies. Now, finally, I would like to end this presentation saying that there are a few challenges. 14th. Challenges, all the 14th. This is 12. So challenges are, in any organization for that matter, institution, there are challenges. So a few major challenges, I would call them internal in some provinces, I don't, paint them with the same brush. So we have a few provinces, inadequate trained personnel, which we need to be aware and we constantly bring to the notice of the General Council as well as provincial councils. Then we have limited resources, personnel in some areas. In this personnel limited resources, we have the issue of foreign confreres working in a particular country, which is very difficult to address the issue of advocacy. They can be deported from those countries. So, or they can be, have any untoward incidents. So this is another challenge. Low awareness among the members of advocacy. So these are some of the issues that we are trying to address at our level. Then the external challenges that we face is political resistance, economic inequality, climate crisis, complexity, global injustice system. Some of these issues, I think, most of our resource persons earlier have shared with us. In summary, in 1971, Synod document inspired us to bring justice and Justice JPIC Commission in the society. In 1982, SVD established JPIC office. 1990, expansion globally. 2000 creation of Vivat International, working with 12 congregations together. And today, JPIC is core SVD mission dimension. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Richie. And we have heard how important he has underscored something that also our previous contributors underlined, namely the importance of spirituality and connecting this ministry with the congregational charism. And to an extent that for, for the Divine Word missionaries, they felt also the importance of making explicit the theological foundations of their commitment to justice and peace. This is very important to integrate this dimension. There is no translation.
Translation? Okay, no? No? Not yet. It's okay? No.
Okay.
Okay.
So now we're going to pick a few questions before going for the break. Okay? Yes, please.
Gracias por la experiencia de cada uno. A mí siempre me surge una pregunta y me gustaría ver cómo, que de alguna manera ha salido, pero no sé, cómo clarificar. En todas las congregaciones pues está el área de justicia y paz, hay ONGs, hay oficina de proyectos. Entonces, a mí me surge la pregunta, ¿no? ¿Cómo, no voy a decir la palabra unificar no es, pero que no sea una estructura tan fuerte que yo a veces me pierdo? Es decir, ¿cómo habéis conjugado todas estas áreas? ¿Bajo qué paraguas? Vamos a decir así, el paraguas es la justicia y paz y lo demás va dentro. ¿Cómo no hacer que cosas se dupliquen? Si vamos a decir, a nivel general hay una animación, una sensibilización, pero también las ONGs, porque a veces pues, son un poco independientes, la hacen. ¿Cómo combinar un poco todo esto para que no dupliquemos esfuerzos, energías? A veces pues, hay congregaciones que, vamos a decir, son fuertes, son potentes, ¿no? Pero hay congregaciones pues, más pequeñas que no tienen este potencial. Entonces, cualquiera de los que han hablado puede ayudar a responder. O sea, ¿cómo han hecho ese proceso? Porque yo tengo la sensación de que a veces duplicamos, después los organismos o provincias van por un lado, aunque haya vamos a decir, una línea general. ¿Cómo habéis combinado todo esto? Gracias.
Thank you, Mariano.
Cuando se habla de conversión institucional, me gustaría saber qué queremos decir concretamente con eso. Por ejemplo, la experiencia presentada esta mañana, las diferentes experiencias, vemos una estructura adoptada por la institución. ¿Esa es conversión institucional o hay más que eso?
Thank you. So we have two more questions at the back. Simon?
Yes, thank you. I'm wondering, many of you have religious in many different countries around the world. So I am wondering, how do you engage others in learning about and doing advocacy at the local level, since it is so different in the different countries?
Thank you. And
I would just like to know what have been the pros and cons of changing of leadership, which we just saw in the 3 presentations. And also I saw that the JPIC office was centralized in Rome. So basically, due to lack of personnel in various congregations, has it to be so?
okay, thank you. So we answered these questions, this first round of questions first. Who would like to start? Adina, would you like to share something?
Okay, about the first question or
Yeah,
any question?
Any question that you have something to contribute.
Yeah, I think the first and the second, because I think they touched maybe more directly my presentation. The person was asking about how do we put all these structures, all these NGOs we already have together in under one umbrella or under one, maybe umbrella. I think from my experience, a well-organized congregational JPIC structure should be based first on a shared vision and clear coordination, and also mutual accountability. The organizations we have must serve our missions, right? But they are not ends in themselves. The organization must not be an end in itself. So I think what gives coherence is not the number, although we have many, but a common discernment process and regular communication. And I think with the Laudato Si 7-year action plan, in my congregation, we are all on the same page because we choose for every year one goal. So no matter if you work in the hospital, in the school, with the poor or whatever, if the goal was, I don't know, ecological education, we are all trying to see how can we implement this at our local level. I think this is what helped us. I think the others may have another answer. And in relation to, I think the question was about institutional conversion. And what does this mean in terms of JPIC? And are we talking about institutional conversion or something more? I think when we talk about conversion in terms of JPIC, first of all, we talk about improving our policies, our structures. I don't think it's enough just to say, oh, we adopt the Laudato Si 7-year action plan and we like what Pope Francis said about it. If we don't put in place structures and policies to help us support these initiatives coming sometimes from Rome or wherever our JPIC office is. And I think it's about a deep ongoing transformation of how our congregation thinks, decides, and acts, and relates to people and to creation in the light of justice, peace, and integrity of creation. And we have to review our internal systems and think about it. And we talk about money and so on, but maybe the others will complete this.
Thank you. Antonio.
Bueno, decir que no, este tema de coordinación, por ejemplo, no es nada fácil. Nosotros estamos intentándolo y en ese discernimiento ha surgido podemos decir, esta estructura que se llama SOMI, que al final es un trabajo en equipo de las diferentes estructuras o experiencias de ministerios sociales, como ONGs, Justicia y Paz, o incluso los diferentes, ya sea en Naciones Unidas o a nivel local, en incidencia política. Pero la vida no son matemáticas y hay cosas que no son fáciles de integrar. Además, nuestra congregación, cada congregación tiene su estilo. Nuestra congregación, y yo estoy muy orgulloso de ello, no somos verticales, somos muy horizontales. Y eso nos hace más democráticos, pero también más caóticos a veces. Porque puedes tener muchas cosas muy independientes unas de otras y que surgen porque hay gente que es inspirada y surge un proyecto acá, otro allá, y a veces no es fácil coordinar todo esto, pero creo que forma parte de la vida también. Hay que aprender a hablar con estas personas, a ver si hay posibilidades de coordinar cosas. A veces no es posible, también hay que decirlo, otras veces es más posible, pero creo que lo importante es tener un horizonte, ¿no?, hacia dónde queremos caminar y cuál es nuestra visión de las cosas. Y después vamos viendo desde la realidad, ¿no? Lo que, no sé si he respondido, pero he expresado también nuestra experiencia de esto. Y quisiera decir el tema de el tema de advocacy at local level. We have experiences of some of our organisms they are doing at local level, usually in collaboration with others. We can say joining others' networks or networking with others. I think in Spain there is a clear experience. We are in a network called Redes in the whole Spain, and there is a good achievement. They were able to push one revision of the law of migrations that went to the Senate of the country, and not as a coalition, as all the congregation and institutions, NGOs in one network, and we have been collaborating with that. I mean, local level. Or in Zimbabwe, we were collaborating with the Commission of Justice and Peace of the Conference of Bishops. No? So those are more our experiences of collaboration at local level with the networks that exist there.
Thank you, Antonio. And Richie, your insights.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's very complex situation sometimes when we have limited personnel, as she mentioned, whether we can put all the eggs in one basket. I think we can't put all the eggs in one basket. So they have to be distributed in different baskets. And one of the things I see in the corporate world, we are not into corporate world because their motive is profit and our motive is service. So what I see they thrive in their corporate business is that they have a smart scale. S stands for specific, M stands for measurable, R stands for realistic, then T stands for time bound. So with this smart scale, they reach and achieve their objectives very well. I think we also need to have a smart scale in our congregations, a spiritual smart scale, where we need to have specific objectives, measurable objectives, realistic and achievable objectives, and time-bound objectives. Irrespective of our number, personnel, and resources available, we have other opportunities to do wonderful work in our congregations. Is that we have other congregations with whom we can network with, as well as we collaborate with. I think that particular aspect of opportunity we need to explore in the case of your first question. The next question is about the centralization and decentralization of the office of JPIC. Sister, I think Lavina was asking. So you have a personal problem, and you have an office somewhere in Rome, whether it is really able to function out there in Africa or in Asia or in Latin America. This is the million-dollar question one would ask. Now, how do you address this? Should we have a scientific structure? I don't think you need a scientific structure for that. You need people who are passionately working on ground zero and decentralize the whole office of yours. You need not be in Rome as well. You can be somewhere there and do local level advocacy, not necessarily international or that kind of international level of advocacy. There are a lot of things can be resolved and solved at the local level with the local and national advocacy as well. So these are some of the things that we need to work out in being in Rome. How do we work together and learn from the good practices in other congregations? The congregations who have resources and the congregations have inadequate resources, merging and having a middle path in setting a JPIC system in our own congregations.
Thank you very much. Time is not on our side, so we have to go to a break because we are asked to be back by 11. Thank you.
So, thank you so much, Alberto, for moderating, and thank you for our speakers. Thanks. Welcome back. We are about to start. So, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Yes, she will come. So, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening for those of you online and those in person. To this final day of our workshop, as we enter day 5, with the theme Organizing a JPIC and JPIC-related ministries, apostolates, offices, and groups, we arrive at a decisive and hopeful moment. Over the past days, we have reflected on systemic transformation, climate justice, multilateralism, political economy, and the urgent call to build a global family committed to justice, peace, and the integrity of creation. Today, we move from vision to structure, from inspiration to organization, and from reflection to sustainable action. Our guiding scripture from the Acts of the Apostles offers a clear and compelling image of early Christian community. All who believed were together and had all things in common. They distributed to each as they had need. Acts 2:44. This passage is not only about generosity, it is about intentional community. It reveals a community that was concrete in its sharing, coordinated in its care, and committed to ensuring that no one was left behind. The first Christians organized their life around the gospel. They created structures of communion and systems of solidarity. Their faith was credible because it was lived collectively and consistently. In the same spirit, Laudato Si reminds us that we need to think of ourselves more and more as a single family. If we truly believe we are one family, then our mission cannot remain fragmented or informal. A family communicates clearly. A family collaborates consistently. A family plans concretely. JPIC cannot depend only on individual enthusiasm. It requires clear mandates, shared leadership, coordinated networks, and measurable action. Organization is not bureaucracy. It is stewardship of the mission entrusted to us. Today's journey is structured, strategic, and solution-oriented. Translation?
Yo escucho muy bien.
All right. Translation, is it okay now? No. Sir? Okay. Those participating in person have already listened to testimonies from individuals who have started JPIC offices. Their stories are specific and realistic. They remind us that every structure begins with a small, committed group. They show that beginnings may be simple and sometimes challenging, but they are always possible. These experiences give us confidence that what we envision can be implemented in concrete ways. We will be hearing in the panel that will come soon after this to expand our horizon to global collaboration. We will explore initiatives such as COP30, mining, concerns, sowing hope for the planet, etc. These are not abstract ideas. They are actionable campaigns. They connect local ministries to global advocacy. They demonstrate that our JPIC structures must be aligned, connected, and communicative if they are to be effective. When local action is linked to global networks, our impact becomes stronger and more sustainable. And the session that will follow after, we will move into practical guidance. We will examine tools for organizing or strengthening JPIC offices and groups. We will ask clear questions. What is our mission? Who is responsible for what? How do we structure leadership and ensure continuity? How do we collaborate effectively with the JPIC Commission Secretariat? These questions are specific and essential. Without clarity, commitment weakens. With clarity, coordination becomes possible. We will also receive guidance on developing a JPIC action plan. An action plan is strategic and measurable. It identifies priorities, timelines, responsibilities, and concrete steps. It ensures accountability and continuity. Most importantly, it guarantees that this workshop produces sustainable results beyond today. And finally, we will gather for evaluation and discernment. In small groups, we will reflect honestly on what we have learned and identify next steps. This is not merely a closing exercise, it is a commissioning moment. We will clarify commitments, confirm collaborations, and consider how each province or ministry can implement what has been discussed. Dear friends, systemic transformation requires more than passion. It requires clarity, coordination, and courage. It requires structures that serve life and leadership that serves communion. Today, we are invited to be builders, builders of organized spaces where justice is promoted, peace is cultivated, and care for creation is sustained. Let us approach this final day with confidence and commitment. Let us communicate clearly, collaborate consistently, and act concretely. Let us think as one family, plan as one body, and work with one heart. May this day equip us with practical tools, shared conviction, and measurable commitments so that organized and united, we may truly build a global family working for systemic transformation and a just and lasting peace for all creation. And as our strength is in the Lord, I would like to invite Beatrice to lead us in prayer.
Buenos días, buenas tardes, buenas noches a todos los que estáis presentes y los que están online. Vamos a tener este espacio de oración y a lo largo de esta semana hemos... ¿Hay traducción? ¿Sí? A lo largo de esta semana hemos escuchado muchas palabras. No, en inglés no.
Yes.
A lo largo de esta semana hemos escuchado muchas palabras, he escuchado muchos testimonios, muchas experiencias y en este momento de oración os invitamos a entrar dentro, llegar al corazón. Para ello vamos a utilizar en este momento la propuesta de oración para este tiempo de Cuaresma que nos hace la plataforma Laudato Si, que es una invitación a ir al corazón, porque podemos hablar mucho, podemos tener muchas experiencias, pero si después no las llevamos al corazón, probablemente no sirve de mucho. Pues vamos a orar en este tiempo que ya hemos comenzado de Cuaresma y vamos a ponernos en la presencia del Señor. En el nombre del Padre, del Hijo y del Espíritu Santo. Amén.
La Cuaresma es un tiempo sagrado de conversión y renovación. Un retorno al corazón que nos prepara para celebrar el misterio pascual de Cristo, que nos revela el amor vivido hasta el extremo. En el silencio del desierto, a través de la oración, el ayuno y la limosna, aprendemos a amar como ama Jesús, escuchando el sufrimiento del mundo, llevando el peso de la cruz y abriendo caminos de vida nueva para todos los que comparten nuestra casa común. Al cultivar un corazón contemplativo, aprendemos a discernir la voz de Dios entre los clamores de la tierra y los pobres. Este discernimiento espiritual transforma nuestra acción desde su raíz, dando forma a una fe que une la contemplación, la conversión ecológica y la justicia, y nos permite proclamar con esperanza la promesa de la Pascua para toda la creación.
Al vivir en una época de superficialidad, corriendo frenéticamente de una cosa a otra, sin saber realmente por qué, y acabando como consumidores insaciables y esclavos de los mecanismos de un mercado indiferente al significado más profundo de nuestras vidas. Todos necesitamos redescubrir la importancia del corazón.
Solo volviendo al corazón puede tener lugar una verdadera conversión ecológica.
Del libro del profeta Joel. Volved a mí con todo vuestro corazón.
Te invitamos que a lo largo de este día medites en tu corazón ante la realidad que hemos reflexionado y contemplado en estos días. ¿Qué puedo hacer para cambiar mi corazón?
Señor, hoy te abro las puertas de mi corazón. Reconozco que a veces camino lejos de tu luz y que mi corazón se ha vuelto un poco duro o indiferente. Te pido que me regales un corazón nuevo, uno que sepa perdonar sin guardar rencor, que sea sensible ante el dolor de los demás y que encuentre alegría en lo sencillo. Ayúdame a dejar atrás lo que me pesa y a volver a elegirte a ti cada día. Espíritu Santo, sopla sobre mis sombras y guíame hacia una verdadera conversión, hecha de gestos concretos y mucho amor. Amén.
So, Beatrice, thank you so much for this beautiful prayer that accompanies us not just today, but this Lent period. So now I would like to invite Maya, who will be the one moderating this session. And yeah. We don't need it.
Good morning, good afternoon, good
Just
evening.
a minute. Sister Maya is a Salvatorian sister.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Like Sister Mama Lifa said, today or now we will listen to some concrete JPIC projects. First of all, I will invite Father Roy to explain something or to say something about the COP30 and the mining project. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you. Welcome to JPIC Commission. So we will be explaining about JPIC Commission and its activities a little later in the afternoon session. So here we are going to speak about only the campaigns that we have been engaged in. So I will speak about 2 campaigns that we have been doing, and Sister Mamalifa will share about another 2 campaigns we have been engaged in last 3 years. Okay, there have been many campaigns, but we are focusing only after what we have taken up as co-executive secretaries. So illegal mining. Mining is one of the issues that we face across the world, and people have been affected by that. So the latest data says that Peru has an illegal gold export surged 41% to 6.8 billion in 2024. Fourth largest driver of global deforestation in rainforest regions, and 140,000 hectares of Venezuelan rainforest destroyed in 4 years from 16 to 2020. Brazil, the situation is 300% increase in indigenous land deforestation last 4 years. So mining contributes 10% of global deforestation. And also there are other ill effects of mining, especially the environmental devastation that we see across the world, especially in water pollution. Mercury contamination from artisanal mining. Peru's Madre de Dios, 21,000 hectares destroyed every year. And we also saw the picture of the children who are affected by the pollution of mining in our one or two of our presentations in the previous days. Then we have deforestation, clear cutting for access roads and mining sites. Amazon, Congo Basin, severely affected by deforestation. Then we have soil degradation. Then we have biodiversity loss. So these are all the aftermaths of mining in different parts of the world. We also have issues regarding human rights and health impacts. We have child labor and trafficking associated with mining, unsafe working conditions, exploitation of vulnerable populations, indigenous people being displaced, organized crimes, people who have been killed. DRC alone loses $1 billion annually from illegal cobalt mining. The resources that they own are being taken away by the multinational companies. Health crisis, mercury poisoning, kidney and brain damage, stillbirth, low birth weight, cognitive and motor impairment in children. The diseases that are being spread like malaria, leishmaniasis, leptospirosis, respiratory illnesses from dust and chemicals, skin conditions, chemical burns, so on and so forth. So what do we do as JPIC Commission responsible to address justice and peace and integrity of creation issues? So we have on the campaign based on advocacy, education, support, and collaboration. Advocacy is one of the areas that we engaged in. We have many other responsibilities. So advocacy is one of the areas that we engage, especially regarding the global issues. So what did we do, or what do we do regarding the issue of mining? How do we do the advocacy or campaign? So we join other global networks, especially regarding mining. We collaborate with churches and mining networks. We had, in the month of March in 2023, a meeting with Bishop Vicente, working with the communities affected by mining in Brazil, and also Brother Rodrigo, who gave one of the talks during our workshop. So I was personally touched by seeing bishops in the forefront with the people who are displaced and affected by mining. No? This is one of the beautiful things where church is seen very much part and parcel of people's struggles. Then we had a caravan, a group of people from Latin America visiting Rome. Every year they do come. And on 18 September 2023, we had witnesses sharing their struggles. You know, people from the field who are affected by the illegal mining came here along with the bishop, and we had a meeting here in this hall, sharing their struggles, inviting people to join their campaign against mining. Also, there was a thematic social forum on mining in 2023. It was co-hosted by Asia Pacific Gathering on Human Rights and Extractives in Indonesia from October 16 to 20, 2023. Sister Mamalifar participated on behalf of JPIC Commission. She went to Indonesia to join this campaign against mining. Then we also had webinars organized in creating awareness. So this is one of the things that we do from our office. If we find any issue that is to be brought to the attention of the whole world, no? Well, religious are working in different parts of the world at grassroots level, and some of our issues are not known. So we pick up certain issues, we organize webinars and workshops, and we invite everyone from the world to listen to these cries. So we often organize workshops and webinars. So it was co-organized with the Churches on Mining, unpacking the illusion of the green economy in the energy transition. And then again, we had a caravan in 2024, different group of people by the Churches on Mining Network. They came to Rome, so we hosted this caravan here in our office in Via Aurelia, sharing their concerns. So, and also we do sign petitions. So there are various organizations, those who bring up petitions, especially on various issues that are affecting people. So we do join as JPIC Commission representing USG and UASG. So this petition was to stop selling people and nature to mining. The petition demand that European Parliament and Ministers of Industry reject the Critical Raw Materials Act because it violates fundamental human and environmental rights and focuses on big mining rather than on solutions based on the health of all living beings. The request was to withdraw the Critical Raw Material Acts. Then we also network with or collaborate with another group, that is Faith Invest, especially for appealing to religious to divest from fossil fuel and extractive industries. We heard during the workshop about religious investing in the investments and banks and so on. So sometimes what happens, we do not know what our money is being used for. So many times it is invested in arms and ammunition, sometimes for mining, because it brings in profit. So therefore, we have a responsibility to know where our money is going and for what it is being used. So this Faith Invest group is the one who help the religious congregations and other Christian organizations to help them to find out whether our investments are going to the pro-life investments. So we also network with them. We also have a number of webinars co-organized by JPIC and this Faith Invest. So that's about mining. So this campaign still goes on. Okay. And I heard that this Churches on Mining is going to come in I think next month here again. So those who are in Rome, we'll invite you. You can join and listen to the cries of the real life experience and struggles people go through because of mining. So another campaign is about COPs, Conference of Parties. So we do take part in the Bonn conferences that happens in Bonn in Germany. So last year and previous year, I participated on behalf of JPIC Commission. Also, there are other Catholic organizations, and especially the Holy See also is part of Bonn conference. So we have separate meetings and deliberations during these COPs. In 22nd March 2023, there was a roundtable discussion on biodiversity about COP15. Its outcome, representatives of the Holy See, Rome-based Catholic organizations, and embassies to the Holy See. So this was co-organized by all these groups. Again, on 27th March 2023, there was a brainstorming meeting to prepare for COP28. So we were also part of this process of preparing for COP28. On 11th July 2023, COP28 preparatory meeting organized by Holy See. So Holy See calls for a meeting of organizations to get their ideas how Holy See can better prepare and participate in COPs. So we are also part of, now representing USG and USG, we are invited to take part in these discussions, so we also contribute our share. On 18 June 2024, preparatory meeting for COP29 organized by the Holy See again. So we were invited. And in 2025, last year too, we were invited and we were part of that discussions. Then we also, as I said, we also educate religious congregations, okay? So our major responsibility is to also educate religious men and women working in different parts of the world on various social issues. So on COP, it is noticed that many of us are not really aware of what this COP is and how we can contribute to this COP. So we have been organizing a number of webinars for past years. So on 31st March 2025, we had JPIC and the road to COP30, just to let people know what this COP about and COP30, how we can prepare. So that was the initial webinar. And after that, we formed UN Climate Change Conference working group in Rome, COP working group in Rome. This group was formed in the context of the upcoming COP30 to be held in Belém last year. And then the need for the religious life sector to engage more systematically and proactively in climate justice advocacy, to mobilize religious congregations, networks, and faith-based organizations to move from hope to action, to amplify prophetic voice, and to correlate ecological conversion with integral human development. The partners of this coalition is JPIC Commission, our office, Vivat International, Franciscans International, Jesuits for Climate Justice, and many other individuals. Claretians are also part of this network. What do we do, this working group? We had a webinar again on 25th of July 2025, a pre-COP webinar. And also in that webinar, we launched a campaign, okay, Religious Life for Climate Justice, Turning Hope into Action, inviting religious, especially the heads, the superior generals and mother generals, to sign this petition, and also the organizations, Catholic organization, to sign this petition. So this statement launched ahead of COP30, inviting religious congregations globally to endorse and sign this. Then we had another webinar, amplifying the call for the Global South Catholic Bishops' Conferences to COP30 and beyond. So Catholic Bishops' Conference of Global South had brought out a document prior to COP, and then we brought these two churches' responses, the campaign of the religious congregations plus the document of the Catholic Conference, Bishops' Conferences of Global South, and we had a beautiful deliberation and discussion on this on 6th October. Yes. Then we also had an interfaith prayer for COP. Okay, it was on 4th November 2025. We had in the morning as well as in the afternoon to cater to the needs of the different continents, to promote unity and interreligious reflection, to foster greater collaboration among faith-based organizations. So we had contributions from Christians, different denominations, from Muslims, from Hindus, and also Catholic speakers showcased a broad interfaith engagement. And our campaign continues. So the upcoming webinar on the road to COP31. So we are preparing religious for the next COP. Okay, the theme is COP30 and beyond, faith-based reflections, climate justice, and prophetic witness. It will be on 18th March next month, 3 to 4:30 p.m. according to Rome time. So it will be a Zoom webinar. So these are some of the campaigns, two of the campaigns that we have been engaged in the last 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Roy, for giving us an insight in these two campaigns, the anti-mining campaign that affects so many people, and also to make us already warm for the next COP31.
Is Alonso online? Alonso?
I am.
Okay, so you are the next.
Okay. Let me share my screen.
We need to introduce you.
Okay, I will introduce our next speaker. It's Alonso de Llanes. He's a program manager of the Vatican's Laudato Si action platform, leading global efforts to support the ecological transition of Catholic institutions in the spirit of Laudato Si. A doctoral researcher in management at Paris-Saclay University, focusing on organizational change, sustainability, and integral ecology within faith-based institutions. He holds a multidisciplinary background in law, theology, energy management, and development studies. And he engages at the intersection of academic research and practical action to promote ethical, ecological, and socially responsible transformation. Alonso, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sister. I'm going to share my screen so that you can all see my presentation. It's okay? You can see my
yes, we see.
presentation?
I'm
okay.
Sorry. You have 15 minutes to give your presentation.
All right. Thank you. So thank you very much for this opportunity to present the platform, dear sisters and brothers. Today, I would like to briefly share how this platform can support your congregation or order in living its charism more deeply through the care for creation, in fidelity to your founding spirit, and in communion with the Universal Church. And let me first congratulate all of you, because the total amount of religious in the platform is of 859 congregations or orders and 750 religious local communities. So for those 859, that accounts for 53.69% of the world religious enroll in the platform. This 53% is the first time sector from the platform achieves more than 50% of enrollment. So you are ahead of dioceses, you're ahead of Catholic universities, you're ahead of Catholic hospitals. So congratulations to all of you. So we are witnessing a wounded creation. Environmental degradation, climate instability, biodiversity loss, forced migration, and poverty are not abstract issues. They directly affect the communities you serve. And as consecrated persons where you're called to read the signs of the times prophetically. Pope Francis reminded us that the cry of the earth and the cry of the poor are one. Religious life has always been at the frontier of renewal in the church. Today, ecological conversion is part of that frontier. This is not simply about sustainability. It is about fidelity to the gospel. Oops. So the Laudato Si action platform, as you know, is rooted in the encyclical of 2015. And the encyclical calls to integral ecology, and this vision unites care for creation, care for the poor, community life, spiritual conversion, and structural change. But what does this mean for religious congregations? Because that's one of the questions that many of you ask, and this resonates deeply with vows of poverty, which is simplicity of life, with community, this sharing discernment and witness, with mission, which is service to the vulnerable, with contemplation, which is seeing creation as a gift. The Catechism reminds us that creation is entrusted to us to cultivate and safeguard. Religious life has always embodied this wardenship in a radical way. So what is the platform? As you know, it's an initiative of the Vatican Dicastery for Promoting Integral Human Development. It was launched in 2021. It's free, it's online, it's pastoral and practical, and it's designed specifically to accompany the global Catholic Church, with a difference between church institutions and individuals and families. It guides communities through a structured journey of ecological conversion. It is not a project imposed from outside. It is a tool offered by the church to support your mission. But how it serves religious congregations? When a congregation enrolls, it gains access to a personalized dashboard that guides you step by step. This journey includes reflection, a one-time reflection that is connecting your charism with the Laudato Si goals. For example, how do your founder spirituals speak to care for creation, or how do your ministries embodies integral ecology? You also have an annual Laudato Si plan when each year you create a simple action plan adapted to your reality. This might include ecological spirituality initiatives, formation models for novices, sustainable management of properties, collaboration with local communities, or financial discernment aligned with ethical investments. Here you see that there are initial steps. So enroll, make a public pledge, reflect, and review. And then every year you make a plan. You either consider financial support or not, meaning you can, financial support, what it means that if you want to put solar panels in in one of your buildings, then you click yes, because you are already making that spend. So anything that you're gonna spend on your plan is financial support. The actions completed throughout the year in your dashboard, and then you will eventually receive a certificate. Suggested actions. We have templates for you to support, and we have also the plans from others that you can download to get inspiration from. We also have a small survey that will take you less than 2 minutes, just to make the experience more personalized, more tailored, and you can see suggested actions that are related to your reality. So after this brief self-assessment, the platform suggests tailored actions organized around the 7 Laudato Si goals. And this includes ecological spirituality, ecological education, response to the cry of the earth, response to the cry of the poor, sustainable lifestyles, community engagement, and ecological economics. So the platform helps you track progress and renew community. So you see the actions. You see an example here, regularly host outdoor prayers. And then when you complete it, you click on the circle, and then you will see your progress here in your dashboard. And why this matters for religious life? Well, I mean, after you completed your steps, you receive a certificate. But why this matters for religious life? Religious life has always anticipated the future of the church. Today, the Spirit is calling the church toward ecological conversion. For congregations, this is an opportunity to integrate ecology into formation programs, strengthen communal discernment, witness simplicity in a consumerist culture, align institutional structures with gospel values, and offer prophetic leadership in your diocese. The platform also offers an annual certificate recognizing your commitment, not as a reward, but as a visible sign of witness. And if your congregations or order discern this path, we suggest appointing a small Laudato Si commission or coordinator, many of you already have, enrolling on the platform, beginning with your reflection, and developing a model first year plan. So the plan can include whatever is in your mind to start this journey of ecological conversion. No matter how small the step seems, it's worthy to be in a plan, and it's probably already in one of the actions suggested in your dashboard. So this journey do not requires perfection, only fidelity and intention. Dear sisters, dear brothers, religious life has always been a laboratory of gospel living, and the platform is simply a tool to help you continue that prophetic tradition in our time. We will be honored to accompany you in this journey. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to present this platform that is, like you said, already used by 53% of all the congregations, but it can be used by all of us because it's a practical and simple tool that can help us to plan our JPIC campaigns. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Sister Abby. Okay, Sister Abby is a member of the Maryknoll Sisters and currently international coordinator of Talitha Kum. She's ministered in Japan, where she helped the Catholic parishes and worked with migrant families from the Philippines. She worked with Talitha Kum Japan, advocates for the healing of women and children who have been abused. Sister Abby, we'd like to hear from you.
Well, thank you, Sister Mara. Okay. Well, I'm so sorry. My voice is kind of congested, so I'm trying to be more focused. And it's good to be here. Good morning. Some of you are already sitting for almost 5 days. And if you're at the UISG, you could see the energy around here. But of course, I'd like to also greet up our sisters and brothers online. Good afternoon, good evening for some of you. Like I said, I am the international coordinator of Talitha Kum. I'm not going to explain about the work of Talitha Kum. Many of you have already know possibility that the work of Talitha Kum. Talitha Kum is the international network of Catholic sisters led network against human trafficking. I'm here actually really how Talitha Kum integrated to JPIC. This is the core of our work as a Talitha Kum, and how and why Talita Kum is a campaign of JPIC. So hopefully that I could really unpack this. And like I said, this is inseparable, the anti-trafficking and the JPIC work. When we speak about justice, peace, and integrity of creation, we are not speaking about abstract ideas. Sister Mama Lipa already emphasized this. It is real. JPIC is about how faith touches reality, especially where life is most wounded, most fragile, and most easily ignored. How and why Talita Kum anti-trafficking engagement is a JPIC campaign? Because it stands at the meeting point of deep human suffering, structural injustice, and a spirituality that refuses to look away. Again, today I would like to reflect briefly on three things. Why human trafficking clearly a JPIC issue, how Talita Kum lives JPIC in practice, and the spirituality that sustains this mission. Along the way, I really unpacked this by sharing this story. Human trafficking exists because injustice has become normal. People are trafficked not only because traffickers are cruel, but because poverty is tolerated, inequality is justified, migration is criminalized, and women's and people's bodies are treated as commodities. That is why trafficking is fundamental a JPIC concern. It violates justice because people are exploited for profit. It destroys peace because violence, fear, and control shape everyday life. It undermines the integrity of creation because the same systems that exploit people also exploit land, labor, and natural resources. Again, JPIC moves us beyond the question, how do we help victims? And this is when we trigger the Talita Kum. Instead, we ask, how does world increasing number of victims of human trafficking? And this is the challenge that we face every day. And let me share this story from one of our Talita Kum networks. I'm not going to mention the area, but it's still the same story that we hear every day. Many young women, young people that we have accompanied in rural areas, in villages, in many parts of the world, would go abroad, but ended up suffered from the hands of traffickings. Some were deeply traumatized, but our immediate response then was focused on rescue and shelters, which was very essential. But through listening, the sisters began to recognize a larger pattern. Rescuers were connected to legal labor agencies. Families were trapped in cycles of death. Climate-related crop failure and land loss were pushing people to migrate. So the response expanded. The Talita Kum network began educating villages about deceptive recruitment, engaging local authorities, advocating for labor protection, and supporting alternatives livelihoods. Justice in this context was not only about saving individuals. It's about confronting the economic systems that allow exploitation to generate profit and makes people vulnerable. Talita Kum again embodies and embedded in JPIC in a very concrete way. In terms of justice, it moves from charity to transformation. Compassion is essential, but it's not enough. That is why Talita Kum engages in advocacy at national, international level, or even at United Nations, challenging policies that criminalize migrants and promote survival-led initiatives and leaderships. Justice means changing structures, not only alleviating pain. Again, in terms of peace, Talita Kum understands that peace begins with dignity and presence. Many survivors of traffickings are fleeing armed conflict and war. Violence often begins with displacement, loss, and fear. Trafficking can become a continuation of war, exploitation following conflict. And we all hear all this story. Women fleeing armed conflict, the villages destroyed, there are forced migration, no documents. If there's no protection, they would cry for help, and sometimes they ended up being trafficked. The traffics are really targeting these vulnerable people. Many survivors tell us the first was trafficking, and the second was being treated like a case. And this is really hard for us. And healing cannot be imposed. It takes time. Trust must be rebuilt slowly. Then peace grows where people are listened to and no longer invisible. And that's what most of our sisters on the ground are doing. Again, peace is restored through relationship. This is very important for us. JPIC peace building includes, again, safe and dignified migration, protection for displaced men, women, and girls, policies centered of human life. And when we speak about integrity of creation, we recognize that everything is connected. Environmental destruction, forced migration, and exploitation are deeply linked. Talita Kum understands trafficking as part of the broader environmental and economic crisis. And therefore, JPIC calls us to defend life in all its forms. When land is exploited, people become disposable. And let me share again another story to unpack this. A Talita Kum network was accompanying many women and girls trafficked into domestic labor in Gulf countries. Many came from areas affected by mining and environmental degradation, and we will hear from this narrative often. When our land was taken, we lost everything: our food, our safety, our future. Our response changed the direction to prevention. We began working with communities before migration happens, integrating environmental awareness into anti-trafficking education, and engaging young people as advocates for both human dignity and ecological justice. Again, this is JPIC as prevention, not only response. And most of all, at the heart of Talita Kum is spirituality of awakening. The name Talita Kum from the Gospel of Mark, "Little girl, I say to you, arise." This call is not only addressed to the trafficked person, it is addressed to us. This spirituality invites us to wake up to hidden suffering, to rise from indifference and to stand where life is most treated. It is rooted in contemplation, compassion, and commitment in acting to transform system. And I'd like to challenge or invite you to take this spirituality from my presentation and how to develop ourselves, that our work as JPIC without spirituality become activism without soul. Spirituality without JPIC become faith without consequences. Talitha Kum hold this together as International Catholic-led Sisters Networks Against Human Trafficking. Again, JPIC with its spirituality becomes activism without soul. The spirituality without JPIC becomes faith without consequences. It is a reminder that true faith and action are inseparable. And Talitha Kum show us the way, grounded, moving in prayer, moving towards justice. Again, our mission involves both deep spirituality in prayer, faith, dignity of each person as an image of God. A concrete action in protection, prevention, advocacy, and accompaniment. As many of you know, Talitha Kum is coordinating the International Day of Prayer and Awareness Against Human Trafficking during the feast day of Saint Makita, and most of you from our JPIC ward or promoters are really involved with this promotion. Again, it reminds us that gospel is called to rise, is spoken both to those who have been violated and exploited, to those of us called to restore and condition for justice, peace, and integrity of creation. I'd like to invite you, for many of you are members of Talitha Kum, because as I said, it's inseparable. And you heard about Sister Adina today, and she's also a Talitha Kum European coordinator. So, and also much involved with the JPIC. And this is how we work together. We cannot work alone. So in Talitha Kum Network and JPIC Commission needs to work hand in hand to end. And of course, when we say that when the spider web unite, we can tie up a lion. Again, I would like you to invite you to join our network wherever we are. We are present in more than 100 countries, and this is a promotion. Simple thing what we do, if you haven't really heard our walking app in dignity, it's time for you to download, is we can also help our network for any project and also an education for young people. Again, thank you so much.
Thank you, Sister Abby. Thank you for presenting the work of Talitha Kum. It underlines again that JPIC is not abstract, but it is there where faith touches the reality. And I like also the combination you make with action and transformation, concrete action, but also transformation, and also the very important combination between JPIC and our spirituality. Thank you. And now I invite Sister Mama Lifa to tell us something more about two campaigns of JPIC. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I am going to talk about Sowing Hope for the Planet. Maybe you have heard about it, maybe you have not. And this is a campaign that was started by USG in 2018 at the call of Pope Francis to care for the environment. And we know very well that the environment and the human being are interconnected. You cannot care for one without the other. And that's why it is an environmental campaign. And it is not just a campaign that calls for activism. It is a spiritual and practical movement that kind of encourages us to take action, small and big, in the care of the earth and the care of people. And it really embraces the Laudato Si goals. So, as you can see, we are invited to plant seeds that will grow in the way we act. I have already talked about this, I will know. So it is to transform ecological call into awareness and action and advocacy, because if we are not aware, we cannot act. So the role of Sowing Hope for the Planet is to invite religious to action, to be aware first, so that we can act together, not individually, okay? It also encourages the care for the earth and people. As I have already said, this is interconnected. What is the mission of Sowing Hope for the Planet? You know, it is to raise awareness, I've talked about that. It is to promote ecological conversion, personal, communal, congregational, and we can continue, okay? It is also to respond to the cry of the earth and the cry of the poor, and to facilitate global collaboration and networking. Who is involved? It is us. It is UIAG that started this. It is now the JPIC Commission that coordinates the activities of Sowing Hope for the Planet. It is every religious member and congregation. It is Catholic movement, because we need to work together if we want to transform the situation. So we see that Sowing Hope for the Planet offers resources. It offers tools and guidance through webinars, interactive platforms, support, reflection, and action. And it is very much linked to the Laudato Si Action platform, because it is the one that is connected to the Laudato Si Action platform. And we have a group called the religious sector of the Laudato Si Action platform that really tries to help religious integrate ecology into our mission and into our life. And okay. Is it back? Okay. Yeah? No? Sometimes it takes long.
Okay, I think I see some
Yeah? Yeah?
translators.
Yeah? Okay, good. So you can see that Sowing Hope for the Planet had a website, and since last year, it has been integrated into the JPIC website. If you go to the JPIC website, you will see there is a part that is dedicated to Sowing Hope for the Planet, where you can find the resources. And as I said, it's connected to the Laudato Si Action platform. That's why you see the website of the Laudato Si Action platform here. So Sowing Hope for the Planet cannot, if it is to bring about transformation, it cannot just be theory. It has to be practical. And that's why we need to move from campaign to action through sustainable agriculture as a prophetic practice. And because of that, we have started a sustainable agriculture working group. And there are many religious who have joined it, more than 40. And they all have experience, and they are practicing it, okay? So we really see sustainable agriculture as one of the practical, concrete means of healing our common home, of providing health to humanity and the planet, because there was one of the sisters giving concrete example how they were paying a lot of money for health for their sisters. And since they started cultivating by themselves using organic manure, the sisters have become healthy. No more sicknesses here, and they're paying a lot of money for health issues. But we know that it is not possible in some places, but we can do something, each one of us. I know also in Nairobi, they have introduced this urban farming where people they have created certain things that you can do a small garden in your compound where you can plant vegetables of your own. So these are some of the things you will read because I don't want to. Sustainable agriculture, a prophetic catalyst for building community, communion, and systemic transformation. Because it's one of the means also that can build communion, it can build community, and it can bring about transformation because it brings people together, especially in the village context, where you need to help one another to make this possible. And we can see that in some places where this is there, it is really transforming, rebuilding community again. It takes us out of our individualism, you know. So it is also one of the means of integral ecology because we know that everything is interconnected. It is a relationship with myself, with my neighbor, with God, and with creation, because we are dealing with the soil. And remember, when we die, what do they say? From soil you came, and to soil you return. And therefore, we have to hold on to this relationship with the earth, okay? It is about the common good, and this common good extends to future generations. It's also an intergenerational thing that we need to promote and to uphold. So it restores right relationships, and it builds trust, strengthens cooperation, improves food security, it reduces emission, and restores skills, and empowers vulnerable communities. So there are three things that sustainable agriculture can do, and one of it we have already seen is about building community, fraternity, and communion. Because of time, I will not waste a lot of time. You will read the things by yourself. Food system is very important because when people are hungry, we go to talk to them about JPIC. What is JPIC? Or you go to talk to them about God. Who is this God who makes us suffer so much? We don't even have anything to eat. So we need, through sustainable agriculture, to reorganize food system so that people can be self-sufficient. Food security, very important if we want to bring about transformation. I cannot bring transformation with an empty stomach, okay? Measurable community outcomes. When we, through sustainable agriculture, we can build cooperatives that can empower people not only to fill their stomachs, but also to earn wages, self-employment, that they can use for other needs, to send their children to school, you know, to buy other basic needs that they need. Because sustainable agriculture is not only for food, it's also a means of economy. It's an economic means, it's a financial means, and we need to, so it is a Eucharistic vision of unity. Why? Because everything is interconnected, as Laudato Si tells us. It builds social friendship in action. It is working the land together becomes communion. And the rest of it you will find. So the second point is a catalyst for systemic transformation. Why is it a catalyst for systemic transformation? Because it brings about climate transformation. It heals the environment. It reduces greenhouse gas emission. It enhances carbon sequestration, and it builds resilience, farming systems. So it also renews the environment. And how does it do that? It restores soil fertility, it protects biodiversity, and so on. It's an economic justice, as I have already explained this. It enables vulnerable people also to have economic means, because economic means an important thing. And then we have the cultural and the social renewal. It preserves indigenous knowledge. It promotes intergenerational solidarity. It advances gender equity and food sovereignty. And then social love makes it possible to advance towards civilization of love, according to Fratelli Tutti. It's about ecological lifestyle conversion. Okay, because we are all called to conversion. Not just any, but ecological conversion, which is part of our faith. We are called to have daily conversion in our lives, okay? It's not, sustainable agriculture is not an abstract theory. It restores ecosystems, it improves livelihoods, it reduces poverty, it increases resilience and stronger social cohesion. So I say when I will finish my service, I was telling my sisters, I need a land, give me a land, and I'm going to cultivate. So it also builds building a global family in this. This is one of the ways, through agriculture, we can build this global family, And what is it? I don't see some of the things. So it's about caring about we connecting locally and globally. Like now we have formed this sustainable agriculture working group at this level. And we are inviting all the congregations to be part of it so that we can bring this down to the grassroots. And when there are congregations that have started small with sustainable agriculture and they are developing a whole system that is helping people in the villages. Come and you will hear the stories that can help you, okay? So Catholic social teaching is part of it. It's about the Catholic social teaching about human dignity, common good, solidarity, subsidiarity, and all these things play in what we do. So in conclusion, sustainable agriculture, through sowing hope for the planet, is cultivating hope. And this is what we are called to do as religious. Being called to be prophetic is to bring about hope to the people, okay? So, thank you so much.
Thank you, Sister Mama Lifa. By presenting these two campaigns, you showed us again the relationship between spirituality and practice, between campaign and action, and you underlines to collaborate, to build a global family, and to bring hope to the people.
Thank you.
I think the floor is open for questions now. Are there questions here in the room?
Thank you very much for the presentations, different presentations since this morning. My question goes to Sister Mama Lifa. As you were presenting about sustainable agriculture, a question is just turning in my head, and I'm wondering, we grow on farms. We grow on farms that our parents, our grandparents, our great-grandparents, our ancestors have worked those lands. And today, those lands, really, they are not productive. What can be done concretely? Because we really want to promote this sustainable agriculture. What can be done to make those lands become productive without getting into all sorts of chemicals? And more people don't want to bend down and use hoes to do farming. We know that that cannot even produce enough food for people. How do we help our people, our parents, cultivate enough for themselves and even to sustain their own lives? Thank you.
Those who are online, kindly type your questions in the chat box so that we can collect it later on.
This question is for Alonso. First of all, thank you to all the presenters. This is great information. Alonso, I'm wondering, so the Laudato Si Action Platform was a 7-year commitment, and then we're more than halfway through that 7 years. So will there be a big celebration at the end of the 7 years, and then will we continue for 7 more years? That's the first question. The second question is, I find it very difficult to find contact information for both the Laudato Si movement and the Laudato Si Action Platform. So maybe speak to how to find actual people to communicate with in both of those organizations. And then 3 is I find the Laudato Si Action Platform very good for organizing our work. However, the time frame September to August is really difficult because it doesn't really match, obviously, the calendar year or a fiscal year. So I'm wondering, have other congregations done a different Laudato Si year instead of using the season of creation, September through the end of August? Thank you.
Thank you. So the first question regarding...
Wait, Alonso, we will collect and then we will answer after.
Okay, great.
Mariano.
Es más específicamente para Talita Kum. Me gustaría saber si hay casos de hombre en esto de tráfico humano y sobre todo en prostitución, porque se centra mucho en la cuestión de mujeres, pero si hay víctimas también del lado de los hombres.
Okay, Alonso, we will answer the 3 questions, then we will come back again. Alonso, yes?
Okay, thank you. So, actually, the narrative of the 7 years, we decided to stop encouraging that narrative because we realized, and the whole community of the partners of the platform thought that the ecological conversion goes further than 7 years, and that limiting that framework was sometimes stopping institutional change to go further. So there are still participants that are considering the 7-time framework for their own planning processes, which is okay, it's welcome. But then the new participants are not aware of that invitation that was first made 5 years ago. Regarding the celebration, we're going to have a celebration this year for the 5th anniversary with a hybrid event, both in Rome and in online. But it will celebrate only the 5th year mark of the program. One of the changes that came through as a different narrative of the 7 years was the certificate. So from starting last year, we have the certificate process for each of the participants, institutional participants. And that way, encouragement and celebration is every year instead of every 7 years or 5 years or 10 years. Regarding the planning process of the congregations and other institutions, yes, we realize that starting with Season of Creation or ending with Season of Creation was somehow challenging for most of the institutions. So right now, what we have in the dashboard is that the suggested actions will automatically start again every January. So that way, we do not have a regular, we do not continue to have the regular years that we proposed before. So now every January, the dashboard will go to 0 regarding the suggested actions. You will see your plans and your reflections from last year, but you are encouraged to upload a new plan and a new reflection every year, or the same one. If it's a multi-year plan, you can just upload it again. So those, I think that I answered the three of the questions with that.
Yes. It is true that there was a time agriculture was looked at as something that belongs to the uneducated. Okay? But slowly we have come to realize that, especially since Laudato Si, we are rediscovering the importance of agriculture. And personally, I have followed a number of courses with UN. And what I heard there, already I had this before I heard it because I grew up on a farm, you know. And they said, we need to produce our own food. And if we start producing our own food, it will be a way of discouraging the multinationals that grab the land to produce this fast agriculture with all chemicals, you know. And it is true that we have been deceived to use chemicals to kill the soil. But today, people have a way of recovering the soil. And I know there are a number of sisters who are involved in this. And if we are, that's why we need to connect. And we see how can we help one another. It's possible to recover the soil. And it's possible to encourage people. Now in Kenya, there are many congregations that are involved in this agriculture. And there is a sister who is like a star. The other time I saw her in the Vatican news. And she has helped her congregation now. They are self-sufficient in food. And she's teaching the villagers, you know, to produce their own food. And is bringing communities together. So it is possible. So come. We join the group. And we will help one another to go back to agriculture. It is a way of bonding again with the soil, with nature, from where we came and to which we shall go back. Have I answered your question?
Okay. To answer specifically about the numbers of the men's, it's really, there are possibility, but because of vulnerability of women and girls are very high, but there are numbers of men, especially the trending of the exploitation is emerging. The number of exploitation under labor exploitation is getting higher now to sexual exploitation. So the emerging trends of human trafficking and exploitation, the trends of the exploitation online, especially the online sexual exploitation of children, it could be, you know, boys and girls, because the nature of the crime is hidden. This is very, very hard to detect the numbers of men or boys in this regard. But again, because of the vulnerabilities are women and girls, most of the statistics we see is this figure. But the reality are possibility there are, and the trending right because of the, again, the online recruitment is very high. Many young men being recruited, they are educated, they are well educated, but they are being exploited and recruited to be as scammers. This is emerging trends of the exploitation or the trends of human trafficking. So again, to answer your question, it is because it's only the numbers. It's very hard to detect. Thank you.
Do you have some questions online, and then we'll come back?
Yes, okay. We have many questions online, actually, but I would start with the latest one because it's addressed to Father Roy regarding mining, and says mining is an activity that is causing a great deal of harm to people and the land, of course. Deserve to be stopped as soon as possible. This is a great concern for us religious. How can we convince those who are engaged in the race for minerals and enrichment at the cost of human lives and land, because they are more powerful than we are? So how can we convince them? Then other questions are, is there any example of advocacy work actually leading to effective change? This is one. Then again, how can we create an effective counter-narrative to the multinationals who promote commercialized farming that have a devastating effect on the environment and rural smallholders? So sustainable agriculture. How can we, this is okay. Okay, someone is, talking about a personal experience and asking, how can we encourage, the farmer about sustainable agriculture? Thank you.
To answer the first question, this is a problem that we face in our day-to-day life. How can we address this issue of mining? Mining goes on, and the big players, the big countries are into it. And we have been campaigning for phasing out fossil fuel. Urging the big nations to sign out from, try to phase out from fossil fuels. But on the way we promote the green energy and the renewable energies, we promote it as an option for alternative energies. But then that again comes back to mining, because we promote the solar panels, the batteries for the vehicles. These all need minerals, especially the lithium and cobalt. Where do we get it from? We have to again mine it out. So it goes on. Now, what we can do? So advocacy at different levels we have to engage in. At international level, where we have the international organizations accredited to UN, where religious can make an impact. Holy See has a voice in the COPs, because Holy See is a party to the COPs. So how we can engage Holy See to speak on behalf of the people suffering. And we also need to do advocacy at national levels, different countries. And more very strongly, we need to organize people at grassroots level. It is people can stop mining. What happens is that people often are illiterate. People who are poor can be bought by money. People are displaced who have no voice. So how we can create or make people or organize people, empower people to stand on their feet to defend their land, their culture, their rights. So this is a struggle, and we need to do it at different levels. Only then results can be achieved. So another question is that, are there any success stories of advocacy? There are. And I think Brother Tino would be the right person to tell about how advocacy has resulted in positive results of advocacies. We already heard during our workshop yesterday, Father Blay was talking about how they stopped mining, organizing people, to fight against these multinational companies. It's possible. There are various examples. Vivat International had a successful story a few years back, stopping big mining in Indonesia. There are stories of stopping mining in Philippines, in Latin America, in Brazil. So we need to continuously work. The negative forces are very strong. So we have to work all the more very, very, very hard to counter those negative forces. So that is a responsibility given to us. We are 1.05 million religious priests and sisters, brothers together, leave out diocesan priests. 1.05 million, the latest data. We are a big force. If we want, we can. But how many of us are really getting into the struggles, siding with the people, and fight for their rights? Thank you.
I would just like to add something to what Father Roy has already said. It is true that if we want alternative energy, because when people say green energy, me, I've never seen green energy, and I don't think it exists, or clean. None is clean. And when I hear clean energy, I say, clean starting from where? From beginning to end? From middle to end? Where does it? Because if you are to do mining, you are polluting the environment. So there's no clean energy. But we have to look at what is less evil, okay? But the problem is the powerful are using this alternative energy thing as a cover-up to mine excessively for military weapons. This is the problem. It's not just only, if it is only about clean energy, we don't need a lot of minerals. But they are embarking on that in order to produce very, very powerful military weapons. And the other is about electric cars. I know in my village, nobody will ever own an electric car, because if it is just a question of solar and wind, we don't need a lot, but it is because of some of these things. But they're using that as an excuse. So now to answer the question about the agriculture, how can you encourage people about it? I think, first of all, we need to re-educate people to understand that agriculture is a dignified profession. A dignified profession starting from the Bible. In Genesis, what God says what? After creating, he said what? Cultivate, produce, so that you can have what you need. It's a dignified profession. Secondly, because people have destroyed the soil with chemicals, sometimes you can work very hard and you get nothing, and it can be discouraging. As I said, there are possibilities today to recover the soil, to treat the soil, to regain its strength for cultivation. And I think as religious, many of us have big lands. Why can't we take our land and make it like, how can I say, how is it called now? The word has disappeared from my head. Like an educative project, where you make this and you bring people to show them, people need to see. Yeah, a model farm. And they need to see, you educate them, give them the skills, give them the knowledge, show them how to do it and what to do, and let them see an example from you, not just talking to them by mouth. And it's possible, because I know it's going on in many, in Zambia, in Kenya, in many parts. And sisters are fully involved in this. And many people who had abandoned agriculture, they are coming back to it. So it is possible. But we need to have a demonstration farms ourselves, so that they see that we are doing it. We are not only telling them, but we are doing it ourselves. Okay? So I don't know, the one who asked the question, have I answered? Yeah? Thank you.
Can I just pick up from that one, Sister Mama Lipar? This is a true story. It's about cultivating. It's one way to empower our people, especially from the villagers and mountaineers. Our project, Eptalita Kum, to empower women and young people. They cultivate chili, whatever they are. They are rich. Cultivating chili, what it means is to dry the chili and make this as a profit, instead of saying, I'm going to city to find a job. This is really a success story of our sisters in Thailand. You can see it from our website, from our platform, how this project, a little small-scale business, can be really an action. It's one way that also prevention of human trafficking. And this is truly true, hand in hand. We just need to cultivate what we have already. And the mountains, they have chili, they have all rich, whatever, ginger, but that can be also sell in small-scale business. So this is one clear example.
Yeah, I think it's time for our lunch, but I will thank all the 4 speakers because they have given us practical tools or campaigns that can help us in our work for JPIC. Thank you.
Yeah. I would like to thank Maya, who has accepted to moderate this. Otherwise, I would have been doing the 2 at the same time. So thank you so much for your generosity and And thank you very much. We will be back here at 1:45. We wish you to have a good lunch wherever you are. 1:45 we start, okay? Thank you.
Hello, can we take our seats? So welcome back. Kindly take your seat. So we are into the last sessions of our workshop. So welcome back to all those who are online. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. And welcome back to all those who are in person here in this hall. So we are moving ahead. This session, the main theme is organizing a JPIC office and preparing an action plan. So we have been listening to the theory, and now we are moving on to how to put into practice what we have learned. So we have arrived at an important moment of this workshop. During the past days, we reflected, analyzed, listened, and learned from many experiences. Now we ask the most essential question: what will we actually do when we return to our ministries? So when we get back to our homes, what are we going to do? So formation only becomes meaningful when it leads to concrete choices. JPIC is not simply a field of study. It is a way of organizing our mission so that justice, peace, and care for creation become visible in daily pastoral life. So this session will help us translate inspiration into structure, how to organize a JPIC office or ministry, and how to prepare a realistic action plan. And I invite you to listen with practicality, imagining your own community, your available resources, and your local reality. Let's wait for a few seconds for the translation. Yeah. Translation is back. Yeah, okay. So this session is mainly on guidelines and tools for organizing a JPIC apostolate. And in this session, we deal with two aspects. the role and responsibilities of the JPIC promoter. Okay, what is your role as JPIC person, and what are your responsibilities? So I will be dealing with the first part, role of JPIC promoters, and then Sister Mamalifa will take up the second part of this session. So I invite myself to start this session. Because we don't have a moderator for this session, so the coming two sessions will be done by both of us. Okay. So I start with the concerns, the practical questions that we encounter when we deal with when we encounter the JPIC promoters, especially the new ones, especially the ones who are victimized because they are not a JPIC person, but they are appointed or they are assigned, so they have to take it up. So the response is that, to Mamalifa's sister, I am new to this office, okay? Another reaction is that I have no background of JPIC. No, the Superior General or somebody else assigned me to this, they asked me to take up, so I took up, and I'm here. So therefore, and they said, some of them say that I am part of the leadership team, one of the council, some of you are here. I have heard from you people, that's why I'm putting these questions here. So these are practical questions that we face from the office. I do not know what to do, so therefore. So these are the questions that we deal with, so therefore we are going to see how we can address this issue. JPIC Ministry for Systemic Transformation. So this word we have been hearing. So last two workshops also we have included this aspect into the workshop topic, systemic transformation. If you want to have justice, if you want to have peace, we need to transform the unjust structures, systems. So this is the underlying work mission of every JPIC person, transforming systems. So a few misunderstandings about JPIC. It's very we want to make it clear. Not only activism or protest. Some people think that JPIC means you have to be an activist, you have to be in the field, shouting slogans or protesting. Need not be. Not an NGO agenda. Not optional or for a few. Some think that this work is for this kind of people, not for everybody. JPIC is not for everybody. It is a gospel way of living. Okay? What JPIC really means? JPIC is more than projects, more than sitting in the office, and more than commissions, including us. JPIC means justice, right relationships. We are trying to rebuild a relationship with God, with our own brothers and sisters, and with creation, the nature. Peace is not absence of conflict. We have been listening during the past 4 days, but presence of dignity. So this is the main aspect of JPIC, that is dignity. What is our dignity? The God-given dignity for us is that we are created in the image and likeness of God. That is the dignity that we have. When that dignity is not being realized, then there is problem. As we are made in the image and likeness of God, you and he and she are all in the image and likeness of God. Therefore, all of us are brothers and sisters. And therefore, we have an added responsibility to my brother and my sister. Whether he is black, whether he is white, whether he is brown, whether she is in Africa or Asia or Latin America, we should be concerned about our own brothers and sisters. If somebody is in pain, that should pain us. So integrity of creation is care for our common home, the God-given gift for our sustainability. And we need to take care of it. Therefore, JPIC is not one ministry among many. JPIC is the lens through which every ministry is lived. So don't consider JPIC as a separate ministry. It cuts across all ministries. Our three strong convictions: no spirituality without justice, no evangelization without social transformation, no credibility without solidarity. JPIC at the heart of the gospel. So where do we start JPIC from? JPIC actually originates from God himself. And we have the best example, Jesus himself. Jesus stands with the excluded. Now, if you look at Jesus' life, a person who all throughout his public life, with whom he was walking around is the blind people, the outcasts, the lepers, no? the prostitutes. If Jesus, whom we follow, was walking along with this kind of people, then who should we be walking along with? So there is no question of anything else. If Jesus is our model, and if we are walking his footsteps, and then therefore we are supposed to walk along with people who are at the margins. The cross reveals unjust suffering. Why Jesus was crucified? Because he was trying to transform the unjust structures. He questioned the authority, and therefore he had to pay the price. Resurrection offers hope. So was it an end in itself? No. Jesus' death was not an end. It was the beginning of new hope. And therefore, we have this hope. Our hope is in the Lord that things will change. So the basis of JPIC is from the gospel, Matthew 25:40, all of us know. Truly I tell you, whatever you did for one of these, the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did it for me. Am I able to see the face of Jesus in the face of the suffering? Laudato Si, Pope Francis says, justice, peace, and care for creation are interconnected. One cannot be achieved without the other. So there is no peace without justice. There is no justice without peace. And therefore, if you have to care for creation, justice and peace have to accompany. Working for JPIC is an essential aspect of our religious life and mission. We have no other choice. JPIC should be part and parcel of our life, and it should be a way of life. We live JPIC. So Pope Francis says, we are a society which has forgotten how to weep, how to experience compassion, suffering with others. The globalization of indifference has taken from us the ability to weep. So this is the hard reality that we face today. And we as religious are also part of it. We have become so insensitive that the suffering of our own brothers and sisters doesn't affect us. Do I feel when I hear that there are hundreds of people being killed? Ukraine, Gaza, which are the places where we get the news. And there are other places where the news doesn't reach to the media. Hundreds of people are being killed. Genocides are taking place. Does it affect us? Julius Nyerere, the former president of Tanzania in East Africa, he says, unless we participate actively in the rebellion against those social structures and economic organizations which condemn people to poverty, humiliation, and degradation, the church will become irrelevant to the people, and the Christian religion will degenerate into a set of superstitions accepted by the fearful. This is a challenge that we are facing and we will be facing in the future. Church will become irrelevant if we don't get into the life of people. If we give more importance to the liturgy, the rubrics, rules and regulations, forgetting about the life of people and their struggles, church will become irrelevant. Religious life will become meaningless. People will simply disown us. They will go away from the church. There is no doubt. How can we make church more meaningful, acceptable to people? This is possible only when we get into the struggles of people, when we begin to stand with them, when we begin to walk with them. Again, Pope Francis says, at the time of his election as Pope, the church must take leave of itself and go to the peripheries. Now, we have heard a number of times this, even during this workshop. Church should live by itself, from itself, and go to the peripheries. Which means, if Pope Francis is saying that church should live by itself, means church has not left. We are away from people. We are far away from the periphery. Indirectly telling us, it's time for us to live. And our focus should be Christ himself. Jesus came so that everyone and the whole creation would have life and have it to the full. How can I become a life-giving to the others with whom we work and live? Jesus' mission statement. Now Luke 4:18-19. The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me. What he has anointed me for? To bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim release to the captives and recovery of sight to the blind, to let the oppressed go free, to proclaim the year of God, Lord's favor. This was the mission statement of Jesus. How much of it is part of us? Jesus was very clear for what he came, why he came, and for whom he came. The central aspect of Christian mission is to bring about restoration and healing of relationship at every level of church and society. Personal, between people, with creation, and ultimately with God. Here is where the center to the task of JPIC animation lies. How do we rebuild, restore these broken relationships with God, with people, with oneself, and with the nature? So therefore, the specific role of a designated JPIC promoter. What am I as a JPIC coordinator, JPIC promoter, what I should do? What is my role? To remind his or her brothers and sisters in religious life that evangelization and mission without a JPIC perspective cannot be authentic. If you want to be authentic missionaries, JPIC should be part of our life. The Synod of Bishops, Justice in the World, 1971, long time back. The JPIC animator is called to serve Jesus in the most vulnerable and excluded of our world by animating the brothers and sisters to live JPIC values and include them in their ministry. Leadership and coordination, the role of a JPIC person. The JPIC coordinator leads initiatives that promote justice, peace, and care for creation within the congregation. So you as a leader, person who is in charge of JPIC, you are supposed to lead, take initiatives that promote justice and peace in your own congregation. This includes overseeing programs that align with Catholic social teaching and congregation's mission. So this we need to keep in mind. Anything that you do as JPIC coordinator or animator, it should be in line with your congregation's vision, mission, charism, chapter documents, as well as don't forget the social teachings of the Catholic Church. They serve as the primary liaison between local efforts and broader organizational structures, such as the JPIC Commission, USG, UISG, Secretariat Office in Rome or other relevant bodies within the church. So therefore, you also have a responsibility to link with our office, JPIC Commission. We are meant for all of you. More than 2,000 religious congregation. No other organization, you have to be member of that congregation. You have to pay the fees and so on. In JPIC Commission, the very fact that you are part of USG and UISG, you are part of JPIC Commission, and we are there for you. So therefore, all of you are automatically part and parcel of JPIC Commission. So therefore, be connected with this office. JPIC ministry should not focus only on changing unjust structures out there and ignoring the need to help change mentalities within religious life. So as a JPIC person, you have a responsibility not only to work outside and bring about changes, but try to bring about first change within yourself, your congregation. We are not activists, but animators. We are supposed to animate, motivate, bring people together, help people to realize what is JPIC, take up new ministries, inspire them, support them, encourage them. So this is your duty as JPIC promoter. Identify people who are interested in this field. Support them. Leadership should not appoint promoters who are unclear themselves about the nature of JPIC ministry. This is a sad part that we see in our religious life. Sometimes a person is just picked up and given this responsibility who has no interest. And what happens is that the whole ministry suffers. So if you want to do something, you need to bring people who have fire within themselves. Identify people who have fire within themselves. Only then they can set fire to others. Otherwise, you will just remain as you are, doing nothing. It's a harm for the society as well as for yourself and for the JPIC ministry. To uphold the spirituality of JPIC, a spirituality that calls for prophetic witness and solidarity, contemplation and action. See, judge, and act. We already saw, Brother Alberto explained to us what this see, judge, and act. This should be part of our life. Help your congregation leaders to go through, use this methodology of analyzing things, see, judge, and act. Teach your members who are working in the grassroots level field. This is a beautiful tool. A call to right relationship, dignity of every person. A commitment to nonviolence and reconciliation. Caring for our common home. JPIC spirituality is not just about doing, but about being. So JPIC has to become part of our life, way of life. Now people should identify you as a JPIC person. Living a way of life that reflects the values of gospel, the beatitudes, and the love of Christ for all creation. Let us live JPIC. The role of JPIC animator is to remind the religious of JPIC values. You have, okay, let's wait for a few seconds for the translation to come back.
Español se,
okay.
Español se escucha.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. Your role is to build, rebuild, restore broken relationships. A preferential option for the most vulnerable in our society. So help your congregation to identify and work for people who are most marginalized. So as a JPIC person, you have this responsibility. Whether my congregation is actually doing the service to the most vulnerable, or is my congregation is catering to the needs of the elite in the society? A critical appreciation of your own congregation. Integrity of creation is a particularly important aspect of the social gospel. JPIC is not something we do, but in primarily an attitude, a vision that influences what we do and how we minister. And another role is integration and spiritual enrichment. Incorporate JPIC values into the spiritual life of the congregation. This also is your responsibility. How can we bring in JPIC aspects into the spirituality of congregation, linking them with prayer? No? Often we recite prayers from the books. Can we take the current issues, the struggles, the difficulties that people face, can they become part of our daily prayers? Now, some of our JPIC promoters are very good in that. They prepare prayer services and many reflections on particular issues. Then they hear something, and they circulate among the congregation. They share with us too. So help people to integrate JPIC values into our spirituality. Also organize programs, workshops, recollections, retreats. Can we not have a JPIC retreat? Can we not have a JPIC recollection? It's up to us. No, you can take a lead and organize. When I was JPIC promoter of my province back in India, we said that shall we have JPIC? We have 2 retreats in a year for the conference in the province. So I said, why don't we start one retreat, JPIC retreat? No? So foster spiritual understanding of JPIC that aligns with the congregation's charism and mission. Encourage community members to see JPIC as part of their faith commitment and spirituality. Community animation. When you visit countries, visit provinces, visit communities, you animate. Help those people to realize, see, analyze, to understand how we can respond to the cries of the earth and cries of poor. Another role is networking for greater impact. This is where we fail. We are very good working within ourselves. We find it difficult to get out of our comfort zones and to see how others are working, how we can hold our hands together to achieve something common. So working with laity, interfaith collaboration. There are so many lay groups, organizations who are working wonderfully well in the field. Why can't we learn from them? Why can't we join with them? Why can't we support them? Interfaith collaborations with other religions or the denominations. So gone are the days of working alone. Now we speak about more of collaboration, networking, advocacy. All this is possible only when we hold our hands together. A synodal approach. Pope Francis has spoken a lot about synodality. Move from isolated efforts to collective impact. If you want to bring about change, we have to hold our hands together. Networking, working together. That will bring about transformation and change. Alone, we will never reach anywhere. We can do little things and be happy with what we do, but that will not have a lasting change, and as well as what we speak about the systemic change. Systemic change is only possible when you work together, organizing people, networking with others. Inviting your congregation and members to move from charity to justice. This is also very important. Many of our congregations, even today, are still in that olden mentality of charity, doing charity, giving. I'm not against charity. We need to give to those people who don't have, but that should not be the way of JPIC. Brother Tina was and Budi and all were talking about right-based approach. Now, we don't have to give to people. People have the right to get what they want. It's only that they don't know their rights, or they are not capable of asking for their rights. That's why we speak about empowerment. No? We speak about women empowerment, different kinds of empowerment. So that's our role as JPIC people. How do we empower people to realize their rights, to claim for their rights, and let them ask for their rights? Why should we ask for their rights? We are supposed to be animators. That's what I said. No? Animators. We are supposed to be catalysts, helping people to stand on their feet and ask for their rights. We are supposed to walk with them, giving support. From silence to prophetic witness, helping people to voice. We have been hearing the voice of the voiceless. In today's world, there are so many groups of people who have been silenced. Their voice is not heard. It's not in the media. Nobody knows about them. We heard from our Daniela, the indigenous people's cries. Who hears? So how can we become a prophetic witness to those who are being exploited? From fear to faith. When we face challenges, it's easy for us. Nothing is possible. We are afraid that they will attack us. Should we keep quiet and sit? Or should we raise our voices? If Jesus had to be quiet, what would have been the situation today? He raised his voice because the mandate, he knew that it was from God himself. He was very clear about his mission, for what he was sent. And therefore he was not afraid. He knew that his Father was with him. That gave him the courage even to the end of his life, carrying the cross and being crucified on the cross. He was not afraid. The one who has called us, if Jesus who has called us, if he is with us, we don't have to be afraid of. So that is our faith. Now JPIC should help us to be more rooted in our faith. Faith without works is dead. So I stop here and I hand over to Sister Mamalifa for the responsibilities of JPIC and how we can organize JPIC in our community.
So I think you might find some of the things repeated, but they might be said in a different way. Because as religious called, where is my, it's not showing. Called to engage in JPIC, if we want it to have impact, we have to organize ourselves. And as I said this morning, organization is no bureaucracy. It helps us to be effective. It helps us to make impact. And that's why it is important. It helps us to carry out our responsibilities in an accountable, credible, and faithful way to the mission that we have received. Our responsibility as JPIC promoters is expressed through leadership that advances justice, peace, and integrity of creation. First, in the congregation, we have to look first inside before we look outside. First in the congregation, and then in the society. Okay? And what does it involve? It involves responding faithfully to the call to promote JPIC. And we do this through leadership, through coordination, through formation and education, through advocacy, in the congregation and beyond. And we have to always hold together formation and education. They are not the same. They may be similar, but they are not the same. We need both. Because education means you lead out what is already in the person. And soon we will see the difference what education does and what formation does. So the role is both spiritual and strategic, grounded in gospel values, translated into organized, measurable, and transformative action. Action is not activism. There is difference between the two. Action grounds us in spirituality, and spirituality grounds us in action. Action that has impact based on our faith. Very important. So what are the core areas of responsibility that the JPIC promoter has? The first one, Father Roy already mentioned, is animation. And what does it mean? What does animation mean? Animation means giving life to the JPIC mission in the congregation. It's giving life. So in this case, the promoter animates the congregation by giving life and direction to the JPIC mission. Remember, it's a mission, it's not a project. And it involves leading by personal witness and credible action, motivating participation, and fostering ownership of JPIC values at all levels in the congregation. Because if we don't own these values, how can we give it? Can we give what we don't have? No? You can't give what you don't have. So we have to help our members understand that JPIC is a way of analyzing in order to reach the root causes. Often what we see here, they are just the symptoms. The real issues are underneath. And that's why we need this analysis to be able to reach the root causes of what we see on top here. Otherwise, we'll just be dealing with something that will take us nowhere. And often that's what we do. If we want to bring transformation, we have to attack the root causes. That's where we need to go. And sometimes we cannot go there directly. We have to start here, but we have to have in mind that we start here, but this is not where we want to stay. We want to go deeper to reach the root causes of the problems that we see. As we were talking this morning, why human trafficking? Why migration? Are the two the problems? Or those two problems, or why environmental degradation? Are these the problems? Why? It means there are deeper issues that are causing these things. And these are the bigger issues we need to go for. So we need practical actions for animation. What are these practical actions for animation that we need? We need to share stories of impact and transformation. Because when we tell stories, stories motivate people. And they want to do the same. They want to act. And we need to facilitate discussions on current justice and ecological issues. Because if we start telling the stories of people don't want to hear them, they want to know what is happening now. And we have to, that's why we need to be attentive. We listen to the news, we know what is happening. In social media or sometimes, there are different ways in which we can get this current information about justice. We need to encourage concrete community responses. And what is the goal of this? What is the goal of this? The goal is that we want to build a culture where justice is lived, not merely discussed. Not talk about it, not discuss it, and no. We want to build a culture where justice is lived. So this is a kind of a JPIC animation framework. We start from experience. You see, we come back to the, what is it called, the see, judge, and act. It is different, but it's the same. We start with experience, because see has to do with the experience. Then we come to social analysis. And this is where we go to the root causes. We analyze to the root causes. And then we go to theological reflection, where the Word of God throws light on the issue we are dealing with. And then it is only that will take us to action. And we don't enter action. We start the process all over again. It's a secular process. And we have to keep that process going if we really want to bring transformation. There's no stopping anywhere. So the second item after animation is education and formation. And as I told you, through these two things, we build knowledge and commitment. And education informs, while formation transforms. And we need both, okay? We need the information to lead us to transformation. We need both. So the promoter ensures that members understand, internalize, and integrate JPIC principles into their spiritual and material life as provided by Catholic Social Teaching Foundation. And we need to integrate JPIC in our formation, initial formation and ongoing formation. And you will see that there is a manual we have prepared for that. Because if we wait until they finish the novitiate, it is too late, okay? It has to start from the pre-postulate to postulate and to novitiate and to ongoing formation. And we need to organize workshops, because these workshops help to bring the congregation together so that we are all at the same level to be able to work together, okay? And this formation has to start at the congregational level, but we need also, like we have here, intercongregational, so that we can share knowledge, we can share information, we can share best practice. And this formation comprises of, as I said, the fundamental formation, and you have the ongoing formation. The fundamental formation, we have to always come back to the basis of our faith. And what is the basis of our faith? It is the Bible. It is the Catholic social teaching. It is the congregational charism and spirituality. It is the relevant document of the church. And we have the JPIC manual, as I have said. And ongoing formation, we need to organize workshops. We need to have these integrative themes into our stages of formation. We need to promote understanding of social justice, peace, building, and ecological responsibility. It's a responsibility for each one of us and for each of our congregations and for the church and for the society. We need to encourage lifestyle conversion and structural awareness. Very important. Then we have the spiritual integration. This has to be part of our daily prayers. I know that we need to be, how do I say, now I lost the word. We need to go along with the church by using the prayer book. But I think even if we use the prayer book, we can find a way to bring in, to integrate the spirituality of JPIC in our prayer. If we want it to be part of our lives, it has to be part of our daily prayer. Okay? And the focus area will be what? We can have annual formation calendar, and we can have at least 2 to 3 structured JPIC formation sessions per year in the congregation, and we have the integration of JPIC themes into community, prayer, and life. Spirituality is one of the means that can help us really embrace JPIC in our lives. Then there is communication, because communication ensures transparency and engagement. If I don't know what is happening, how can I engage? I cannot. Because effective communication keeps the congregation informed, connected, and motivated. And the responsibility of the promoter in this communication is to provide regular updates on JPIC issues, share success stories and lessons learned, maintain communication channels. You have the website, you have the newsletter, you have social media, so many other things. Encourage feedback and dialogue. And the practical tools include quarterly JPIC reports, annual impact summary, newsletter or digital updates, and then urgent action alerts when needed. And the goal of this is to create informed participation and shared accountability. Accountability is very important. The fourth of the role of the promoter is coordination, and coordination means structuring JPIC for effectiveness. And coordination ensures unity, clarity, and efficiency. And we build the JPIC structure, we establish an office or a coordination team, depending on the practice of your congregation. Then there is a coordinator or a director that is appointed. Again here, it depends on the language of your congregation. You can form a core group, a committee. Like in mine, we have a committee. And this can be made up of the various ministries. I like when Antonio explained their structure. You have a structure, and within that structure, you have what? Outlets, no? Of different things. SOMI. And then from that SOMI, you have different outlets. And like that, it's easy to help all those outlets to integrate JPS because it's a way of life. It's not a project, you know? So, develop communication systems for collaboration, okay? And I just try to do this, like the congregational JPIC structure is an example, but depending on the way you organize yourself, personally, I feel the way we are doing ours is we see the community as the first, the local community. Each local community has the first importance cell of our JPIC network. And from that, we have the what we call the community animators. Each local community has an animator, okay? And then you can look at we don't call provinces, we call entities. The entity leaders are involved. You can have the national coordinator, you can have a continental coordinator, depending on, maybe the SVDs can do that because they're big. Some of us who are small like this, we may not be able to expand like that. And then you can have the project office, you have the international coordinator, you can have an assistant fundraising office, and then you can have the leadership at different levels. Like us, there is one of the member of the General Council who is appointed responsible for JPIC. And at the entity level, there is one among the leaders who is appointed to be following on this. And therefore, we have formed a team to make sure that things reach the community. And that's why we have community animators. Because otherwise, it's a network. You cannot just have only a few people on top there and you expect things to happen on the ground. It doesn't work. And it's a network. A network has to be connected at all levels, okay? Then we have the principle of effective coordination. And beginning the coordination at the planning stage. We have to plan. And from planning, we need I cannot see now my thing. The things are very small. I'm sorry, I have problem with my eyes. I don't see very well. The things are very small for me. I better look here. Then we have to maintain the continuity, because if there's no continuity, then we are wasting time, energy, and even the resources. And then we need to encourage encourage direct communication, and then ensure clarity of objectives. You saw that when Father Richard presented there were objectives, because objectives give us the direction to know what to do and when and how. If we don't have that, we will not be able. And also to promote shared responsibility across ministries. And the outcome of this is we avoid duplication, we reduce conflict, and we strengthen collective impact. Then there is what is called a strategic plan. And this plan, you can plan it for 1 year or 2 years or 3 years, or depending. And it is to turn the vision into measurable actions. Again, from the presentation of Father Richard, we saw vision, mission, objectives. These are all to give us the direction that we want to go. Very important. And then with the vision, mission, objectives, now we can work out activities. And we give each activity a timeline, so that we have something to work with. Otherwise, if we depend on getting things from our head, we'll be lost and nothing will happen. So we develop a strategic plan, and it includes the vision, mission, and this, again, it comes to scripture, it comes to Catholic social teaching, it comes to the congregational charism and spirituality. Okay? So clear priorities based on local realities. And we can also do the analysis using the SWOT. Strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Okay? So we need to define SMART goals. In the strategic plan also you have goals, and those goals are further broken into objectives. The goals are larger, broken into objectives, and each objective you can develop activities under each objective, okay? And then each objective must be specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. And you create an action plan for each initiative. You assign the responsibilities, you set timelines, you allocate resources, and you establish monitoring tools. All these things are necessary if we want to advance. So the implementation here, we have the implementation and the monitoring. Again, here we have what we communicate the plan clearly. Because if I make the plan and I put it in my desk in the office, how can it be carried out at the local level? You have to make sure that this plan reaches all the provinces and the communities. And maybe in the province, they will try now each province from the global level, they will also see, looking at their context, they adapt that one. So we are all in unity in diversity, you see? So we need to track progress using indicators. We need to evaluate every year to see what we have been able to do, what is the impact, and what do we need to improve. And we need to adjust when necessary. And the key principles is the strategic plan sets direction, the action plan ensures execution. See, there are two different things. So this is, again, the JPIC strategic framework, different things that we need to take into consideration, okay? Now, finance, because we need resources if we want really our JPIC ministry to function. And the promoters ensures responsible use of these resources. Because if I don't use the resources responsibly, then I will not be able to carry out the mission that is entrusted to me. And the promoter responsibility in this is that you need to prepare and manage JPIC budget responsibly. You need to ensure financial transparency. You need to support fundraising initiatives and develop project proposals when needed, monitor and evaluate funded projects. The goal of this is sustainability and accountability in all JPIC initiatives. Collaboration, working together for greater impact. So collaboration strengthens mission effectiveness. First, in the congregation, and in the congregation we promote cross-ministry cooperation. We encourage inclusive participation, and we build trust and shared ownership. Because each one of us has to own it. If we don't own it, sometimes when it doesn't function, it's because some people are not owning it. And then outside of the congregation, we need to form partnership with other religious congregations or Catholic-based NGOs or organizations. And then we need to work with these, even civil society groups, we can work. And then we need to coordinate with church networks and commission, like the JPIC Commission, engage local communities and dioceses. Some of us, we are living in parishes. How are we involving people in the parish to educate, to form them, to bring this awareness to them of our responsibility for taking care of the poor and our common home? And the key skills that we need clear communication skills, we need psychological safety, inclusivity, shared decision-making, accountability. And if these things are in place, what will be the result? Stronger collective witness and greater systemic impact. And if this happens, there will be systemic transformation. But if this doesn't happen, forget it. We just continue with that old thing, you know. Networking and advocacy. The JPIC promoter represents the congregation in justice-related issues. And the core responsibilities, sorry, I will have to turn here again. I cannot see. No, let me do like this. The numbers are too small, I don't see. The core responsibilities are you build alliances at local, national, and international level. And because nobody has everything, when we build alliances, what I lack, the other organization can help. We collaborate to ensure that things happen. And yesterday when Budi was talking, we could see what is happening, you know, Franciscan International. Where they could not, there was somebody else, the Christian Brothers helped. And this is what building alliances are all for. Participate. Let me see. Can somebody help me read those things? I don't see. I don't see.
Participate in church and inter-congregational JPIC networks. Advocate for systemic change. Engage in policy dialogue when appropriate. And in practice, identify at least 2 to 3 active networks for participation. Participate in major JPIC-related events annually. Build ongoing relationships, not one-time contacts. The purpose is to amplify the congregation's prophetic voice.
Yes, we have to really make a relationship. For me, I have come to discover that working in JPIC, one of the important aspects is building relationships. And if we can build this relationship, we religious will be able to go very far, and we will really become prophetic. But at the moment, we are struggling to become prophetic because we are still individualistic. My congregation, our project, our network, but we are not looking beyond that. I think that time is over. It is over. My congregation, our, what is it called, JPIC, whatever, it is over. It is now joining together. Okay? Now, we need, this is another aspect, aspect of the role of the coordinator, monitoring and evaluation. Can you help me read the things?
Evaluation ensures growth and accountability. Key actions: conduct regular review meetings, use simple evaluation tools like what did we achieve, who benefited, and what needs improvement, and also share the findings transparently. Then adjust strategies as needed. And the cycle is plan, act, evaluate, and improve.
Yes. And you can see that all these responsibilities are interconnected. If we don't do one, we will not be able to move. All these responsibilities are interconnected. And if we want to be effective and impactful to transform systems, we have to hold them together. And the 10th one is practical tools. And here we have the promoter. You can develop an annual action plan template. You have to prepare the things that you need for your work. An annual action plan template, a meeting agenda format, a monitoring and evaluation form, a newsletter template, formation guide, prayer resources. These tools ensure continuity and sustainability. And if you have this, you can help your whole congregation to be unified. And once you are unified, you will see that connecting with others outside will be very profitable. So in conclusion, towards systemic transformation, JPIC.
The JPIC promoter is called to animate hearts, form consciences, coordinate structures, plan strategically, communicate transparently, collaborate inclusively, advocate courageously, and evaluate responsibly.
What a responsibility. Are we ready? Are we ready? This mission requires listening to the marginalized, addressing structural injustices, strengthening networks, acting locally while thinking globally. When carried out faithfully and strategically, this role contributes to lasting systemic transformation rooted in gospel values and committed to justice, peace, and integrity of creation. Thank you.
If you have any questions, doubts, clarifications from what you have heard from both of us, you can ask now. First those who are here, and then we will take the questions from online. Online people, kindly type your questions in the chat box so that we can collect it. Translation, no? Please wait for a few seconds. Yeah, all these resources will be shared with you. Some people are asking for resources. All the materials will be uploaded to the Google Drive. You can access it except for the videos. For time being, kindly wait. Otherwise, other things we will do it.
Translate also when we do the translation.
Yeah, we will translate.
We will also translate all the materials in the other languages, and it will be put in the drive, and then you can access them.
No questions? Everything is clear? Very good.
Perfect. We are wonderful, no?
There is one question I see online. Can all JPIC impacts and actions, translation is okay, correct? Coming? Okay. Can all JPIC impacts and actions be taken without some level of financial base or budget?
Hermana, se escucha bien en español.
How can congregations support the animators for this? You want to answer?
I will say that there are things we can do without financial things. And the first resource, remember, is yourself. When we talk of resources, it's not only financial, but it's also human. It is also, resources can mean a lot. And I think the first resource is yourself. Your sisters and brothers, your congregation. There are many things we can do that does not involve money. But there are things we cannot do without money. Starting small things, what example can I give? For example, if I want to start a JPIC group, it's just a matter of talking to a few people to see who is interested. And we can start something. That I don't need money. You see? I don't need money. But when we reach a certain level and we really want to how can I say, to go further, we may need money. And today, sometimes we say, if we are doing good work, the money will come. But sometimes we are starting from the wrong foot. And you know the wrong foot? You know the wrong foot we start from? We start with money. Anything that starts with money, forget it. It will not go anywhere, it will die. But if we start from the needs, money will come from the heart, from the needs. You know, the needs is what touch the heart. And then you go on. And you will be surprised that people will be offering money for you to do that work. But if you want to start first with the money, forget it. That one, you are wasting your time.
Yeah, it depends how do you organize. If you want to do, as Mamilifa said, even at the grassroots level, you can start with visiting people. Don't think of initiating big projects immediately. What is important is being with people, understanding their struggles. Often we make mistake of doing our projects. We have a plan, we have money, we go and implement, which is not the need of people, and our mission fails. So what is important is we need to address the needs of people. So for which we need to understand what is the need of the people with whom we work, for which this See, Judge and Act will help you. That's why we are insisting on this methodology of See, Judge and Act. You have to sit with people. You have to listen to the people what they speak about their problems. We have to together we need to find out a solution for their problems, and then when you work with them, the things will change. And for when you, as a JPIC coordinator of the congregation of the province, if you want to work, you need to, as Mamilifa said, you need to identify the resources within your congregation. There are people who can. No, somebody else's it is. So you need to identify people who are resourceful within your congregation, for which you need to know your members. So as a JPIC coordinator, don't sit in the office and plan and work out things. No, you have to visit countries, provinces, places, people. First thing as a JPIC coordinator is that to know your congregation, to know where the JPIC activities are happening, to get to know the people who are into it, and try to find out what are the problems and difficulties. You will have wonderful experiences, experts within your congregation. They may not be very good at speaking sometimes, but very good at working. So identify such people. You can organize programs without even a single penny. And these days, organizing things are much easier. Zoom is free for, I think, 40 minutes or 45 minutes. Okay, you can re-enter again if you don't have a subscription of Zoom. And for creating a WhatsApp group, you don't need to pay anything. You can easily connect people, share your information. So the social media is so good. Though we speak ill about social media, negativity, there are a lot of good things that we can do with social media. So why don't you, as JPIC promoter, JPIC coordinator, pick up the good practices that your sisters or fathers are doing in different parts of the world, share with others. So that's what we are asking people to share with us. We have a platform of 2,000 congregations. We can share with others. Your good practices can be an inspiration for others to start something. They may be struggling how to go about with it, but your examples can be a best example and inspiration for others. So the practice of sharing good practices. Now, if somebody is having any trouble, you share that. Somebody else may have a solution for that problem. So it's only a matter of opening your mind and making use of the latest technologies that are available for us at fingertips. You can convey messages in seconds. You can get replies in seconds. Things are possible, only willingness. I want to do something. Yeah, yes, another question.
Yeah, I just want to add about what you were saying, talking of Zoom. Today, people use all kinds of things to meet. One is the Google Meet. Many people use Google Meet, or even Skype, or Team, or something like this. There are many possibilities today, and you don't need to pay anything.
En español.
Yes,
bueno,
yes.
nosotros creo que tenemos ciertas diferencias en nuestras congregaciones a nivel de nuestro espacio de acción pastoral. Y ahí podemos hablar de lo femenino masculino, congregación masculina y femenina. Particularmente nosotros, en mi congregación, es una congregación masculina clerical, netamente, y nuestro espacio pastoral, casi 95% es parroquial. Trabajamos en las parroquias. Y las parroquias son espacios que no son nuestros, son diocesanos y tienen su propia forma de funcionar. Nosotros entramos en la dinámica pastoral diocesana. Y ahí mi cuestión viene en cuanto a justicia y paz, por ejemplo. Nosotros tenemos ciertas serias dificultades de aplicación práctica de nuestro esquema de comprensión de justicia y paz como prioridad misionera. Y ya tenemos problemas internos en la congregación, porque no todos entendemos eso y asumimos como una parte integrante de nuestra acción misionera. Si nos encontramos con compañeros que son carismáticos, por ejemplo, ahí ya tenemos la dificultad, porque en un trabajo parroquial depende de ese responsable, que sería el párroco, de implementar en lo concreto, por lo menos que dé la idea. Y en eso tenemos seria dificultad. Y no sé, me gustaría escuchar a los demás si no tienen problema en ese nivel, porque lo que yo veo es que toda esta propaganda, este diálogo, estas formaciones se queda entre nosotros. Nosotros nos formamos, tenemos mucha información, leemos, pero ¿cómo llega eso allá en la base donde está el problema? Porque es de allá que tiene que venir la situación. Porque a lo mejor nosotros no vivimos la injusticia entre nosotros, que de hecho hay, pero no es en el nivel de la gente. En los países pobres, en los países donde hay mucha injusticia, estos problemas están estructurados a nivel político, social, económico. ¿Cómo llegamos y cómo hacemos llegar nuestro esquema a la base. Y allí vengo, por ejemplo, a toda esta estructura que tenemos, Vivat, FGN, y todo esto, estas instancias que tenemos de lobbying. ¿Llegan esas situaciones concretas de las parroquias, por ejemplo, a esas instancias? ¿O estamos hablando entre nosotros? Nos estamos formando para esas cosas, pero ¿de qué forma hacemos llegar esas situaciones concretas a esas instancias? Porque si no, me parece que estamos hablando en el aire y es mi preocupación.
Malifar says, since I'm a priest, I have to answer. Yeah, this problem is faced by many. Sometimes if we are parish priest, okay, we have the freedom to decide and implement things. Sometimes when sometimes sisters are working in a parish where the parish priest is a diocesan, this tension sometimes happen. No, sisters are good enough, and then if they have lot of initiatives and they want to implement or do something, but then the parish priest becomes an objection for what they want to do. No, this is a problem we have to address. Sometimes that's where we need to do dialogue. We have to talk. If we see a problem and then if you run away from the problem will remain as it is. Problems are always there, but we have to find a way out. So therefore, it's your creativity to think different ways of doing things. No, nothing should stop us from doing good. No, you can have dialogue, and you can send through somebody else the means of dialogue, and we need to find a way out. So it's up to us. I cannot give a general solution to these problems. These are particular problems, particular situations, and particular individuals. No, their likes, dislikes, clashes. This has to be personally dealt with. So there is no general solution, but we need to find a way out. If our intentions are good, God will help you to somehow do that.
I will say that it is true that when we look at JPIC, even within the commission, there are very few male congregations that are really engaged. The majority of those who are engaged are women, and then a few men congregations. So as I'm not a man, sometimes I struggle to understand, but I don't understand. You see? And I think this is a real issue you are raising. It is as if, especially when it comes to the clerics, it is as if they are trained just to give the sacrament. But if you are giving the sacrament to people and people are dying, what will this sacrament do to them? It's useless. Let me put it that way. And that's why we are losing people, because our faith fails to be what St. James says. Faith without works is dead. And sometimes this is what we demonstrate. And I just want to give a small example, and I say sometimes we can take another direction if the parish priest is not giving way. For example, in one country, there's one of our sisters who has been there for a few years, and she sees that the climate change is really impacting on the people. She has decided to start a small group of JPIC in the village, because that place is in the village. She is not starting it at the parish level. We can always find a way out. And she has decided to bring a few people in the village. She has been talking to them, and now they have started. They want to do something. I don't know, there are 3, 4 people. But slowly they will grow. Just imagine that this group expands. What power does the parish priest have to crush them if the people want it? You see? So we have to also develop tactics to deal with people like that. People who are only there looking at their power, they're not looking at the suffering of the people. So I don't know if we have answered your question, but it is something I'm struggling with myself, because many men think that justice is not for them, it's for women.
Richard, you have a question?
It's not a question as such. I'm just reflecting on the reflection of Marianus. So Marianus was speaking about the parish context and how JPIC can be made a way of life in the parish community. I think in each of our ministries, JPIC can be made or is made by some congregations as a way of life. I give you an example. I was in Congo, Kinshasa. I was in a parish. And in that parish, along with Children's Commission, Women's Commission, Parish Pastoral Commission, there is another commission called JPIC Commission in the parish. And JPIC Commission consists of retired magistrates, lawyers, retired lawyers, and practicing lawyers. And they consist of this particular platform. And parish priest and the assistant parish priest also part of that, part of the team. And what are those issues they address? I was very interested to know, in Kinshasa, renting a house is one of the biggest problems. How to rent a house? A lot of fraudulent ways of renting the house. So right to live is one of the rights, basic rights. And the people are struggling to get a rented house. And they get into a lot of illegal ways of getting a rented house. And maybe some of them are chucked out from the house for want of information regarding legally renting a house. So I saw JPIC Commission is there in that parish to help out, to fight for the right of these parishioners. And the JPIC Commission is also training other commissions, other parishes, to form this kind of JPIC Commission in their parishes. It's very interesting to see, and I interacted with the committee members as well as the parish priest. And finally, I understood that very small way, but people are very happy. Whenever they are in trouble, they go to the JPIC Commission. I think these are some of the ways that locally we can enhance and promote JPIC activities in the parish, which also needs, again, in our formation houses, how we are motivating our formators as well as the formandees.
I think you have already replied, because the questions are especially the work of JPIC is not reserved for facilitators or coordinators only. On the contrary, every member of our congregation should feel involved. It's actually the vocation of the church. Is there a way for all congregations to dedicate a paragraph in their constitutions to JPIC as a mandatory, essential part of our mission? This is one question. And then, how can we network, especially supporting advocacy, yet we do not have contacts? This is it.
Maybe to address the second question is how to contact for network. Please contact us. That is the initial network begins from here. We have a number of networks in our contacts. So we'll put you in touch with. So it's all matter of openness, contacts are available today. Only you need to search for it and get connected with the right people. No? Things are available. Use your resources, and you will get.
Yeah, I think that is why when I talked, I said we start with the local community. If it is a network, every member of the congregation is part of it. And for me, I think the basic cell of a congregation is the local community. And that's why in our own network, we don't start with the general council. We start with the community. You have the community, you have the community animator, you have the committee, you have the entity leaders, we have the general council, and we have what is it called? The partnerships, you know? We have our partner organizations. So I think if every member of the community believes in JPIC, it will function, you know? So I think we really have a lot of work in our communities to help members see that this is the way of life. And I had a very good experience last year after the workshop. All the members of our congregation who participated, we came together and we say, we want to share the knowledge we have received from this workshop. And we invited the communities, all our communities. Every Saturday we were meeting for 2 hours and we shared. And when we had finished sharing what we have received here, now we invited each community also to share how they're living JPIC. And it was really wonderful. And the sisters were very happy. And one thing that the sisters picked up, they realized that JPIC is not a project, it's a way of life. And this has come back often when we have meetings. I hear it repeated. And to have picked up that alone is very important. The conversion starts from there, understanding what it is. Okay? Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
This is a bit provoking question because what is your opinion about the anthropocentrism and androcentrism, which are in the heart of ecological and social gender injustice? How JPIC can address it?
These are questions which I don't know how to answer those questions. I think which needs much more discussions and deliberations. I'm not an authority to give an answer to that question, I think so. Can you mute your mics? All those who are online, kindly mute your mics. There is a question here. Jao.
En español. Yo tengo una curiosidad por saber qué están haciendo las escuelas y las universidades católicas o de inspiración cristiana. ¿Existe una conexión entre JPIC y el Pacto Educativo Global lanzado por el Papa Francisco en el 2019? ¿Hay iniciativas comunes en marcha en este campo?
Can you once again summarize? Yeah, from our side, we have not initiated anything particular to the education ministry as such. But then there are congregations who are linked with us who are solely into education ministry. And it is the responsibility of the individual congregations to deal that. So because we as an organization here, we can't address all the problems in the world. So therefore, that's why every year we have identified 1 or 2 or 3 key areas where we address those issues. We will share with you soon. So that's how. And there are congregations who are engaged in education, like we have Christian brothers who are in the LaSalle brothers who are engaged in, School Sisters of Notre Dame, they are engaged in. Would you like to, Tim, would you like to share something? And you, David?
For the School Sisters of Notre Dame, we just recently started to undertake what we call the Global Education Commission to take a fresh look in light of what came from Pope Francis and otherwise in our historical mission of education. And we're doing it in a very synodal way. We brought forward formal educators from throughout our global congregation, as well as those involved in informal education. And they weren't just sisters, they were also associates and lay partners. And myself, as an example of our JPIC animation, was a core part of that group. Leadership does not decide the structure of that functioning or the final report, although it will go to them. It is a synodal process. And our reflection of JPIC as a core element of education is a part of it.
I would like to say that one time I was with the is it University of the Salesian University, no? We were having a kind of a workshop, and somebody presented something of that university showing how they have integrated Laudato Si into the studies in the university, and not just theory, but also practical. Because I think it's happening in some parts, and I know the Loreto sisters who have now CJs, I think they have integrated this in their schools. And there are some sisters also I have heard they are doing it. But to be honest, I was not aware of this global impact on education. At least you have educated me now. But I think many are moving towards that direction, you know, to really integrate JPS, what is it called? Laudato Si, which for me is JPIC anyway, into the education system. And we are promoting this also.
And since you brought out this issue of education, I would always think and believe that as educators, we have a great responsibility. You know, the children who are in our schools, right from the beginning, they are with us more hours than they are with their parents at home. And we can mold them if we want. We can mold them, we can shape them. But I feel that we are not doing justice to our children who are studying in our schools. We are more worried about teaching them academics, trying to complete the syllabus that they are learn, but moral values, justice and peace issues, making them more responsible citizens for tomorrow, better leaders for tomorrow, we have somehow religious have failed. We need to revisit, we need to rethink about our education structure, education ministry. Yes, Tino, you raised your hand. I think last question, maybe I have something more to share, that's why. Yeah.
This is not a question, but just commenting on what we're just talking about. Edmund Rice International, ERI, was set up in a way for this reason. One of its main objectives was to bring about a change of mindset, okay, to a more, what would I say, to bringing about human rights and advocacy in our education system. All right, and so today, after, and this is important, after almost 15 years, all right, we do have structures, especially in our schools in India, in Australia, in the US, in Ireland and the UK, okay, where social justice education is part of the curriculum, and ERI facilitates global meetings with students and staff members, all right, to bring this about. So I have a lot of examples regarding that, and Yeah, so yes, it is happening, but again in our ERI or admin rights network.
Thank you. Looking at the world today, now some of at least most of these world leaders, I think they must have studied in our own schools, could be, and they have turned out to be something negative. We are also responsible for that in a way. So why don't we think about including peace and nonviolence as part of our curriculum in the schools and colleges and universities? It's time to think about it, because the world is not being torn apart. No, violence is so vehemently promoted. No, we have lost the value of human beings, and even nature. No, how do we counter it? No, we need to put in the good values in the children right from the beginning itself, and we have a responsibility for that. The world is facing challenges of war and violence. We are also responsible for that. We have not educated well our children. We have not made them good citizens. We have not made them good leaders. So with that note, I stop here, and then I have something more to share with you before we break. And to the online participants, kindly remain with us for the next session too. Okay, don't leave us. The last session, something more to explain to you what we do and how we can work together. So every workshop we organize every year. This has been the practice of the office. After the workshop, we also ask the members or participants of the workshop to prepare an action plan. Not that we heard a lot of things and then we forget about it. No. We need to put into practice what we have learned. So we have prepared an action plan template, which will help you to, it's a simple one, which can help you to prepare an action plan for it could be for your congregation, it could be for your province, it could be in your ministry place where you are. And we also encourage you to present that action plan back afterwards. We will let you know when the date is. So we invite participants to prepare action plan, and also there will be another meeting for evaluating that action plan, and then one day we will have presentation of your action plans, so that you are not left alone after learning all this. So John Luca, can you share the screen? Laptop? Is he there? John? Yeah, this is the template of action plan where you have to write your title of your plan. Yeah. Yeah, write the name of the person presenting the action plan and the date. So all these templates are in 5 different languages, so it's not a problem for you. You can use it. We will share with you the templates in different languages. So always remember, when you prepare a plan, go through this practice of pastoral cycle, see, judge, and act, what you have learned. Oh, you lost the translation? So wait for a few seconds. So I'm not going into details of this because we have already sufficiently heard and understood this see, judge, and act. Okay.
Sí, se escucha. Sí, se escucha.
Okay, thank you. So the next slide is presenter's name, address,
Sí,
email,
no,
contact
sí,
number.
hermana, sí se escucha bien en español.
Yeah. So write the name and address of the person. Then the second line is for congregation or organization that you represent. And the title of the plan, write the name of your project or the action plan. Then the location, okay, area, country where you're working or where you want to implement. Duration, how long it will take to implement your action plan. The next is the context. Explain in 100 words. Describe your mission and service, the situation on the ground, and the areas of problems you found. Okay, this is a social analysis, situational analysis. Then we have the objectives of the plan. Okay, not more than 25 words. What are the objectives that you want to achieve with this action plan? Then highlight only the number of Laudato Si goals that you have addressed. So very action plan. Kindly relate with Laudato Si goals, whether these goals are being addressed or not, or how many goals are you going to address? Maybe 1, 2, maybe all. It depends. Then another template is the activity. So you list the activities that you're going to do. This is, for example, organizing meeting with local authorities and young activists to discuss strategies for combating human trafficking. So, I mean, just to take an example. Then timeline, when are you going to have that activity, implementation of that activity? And the third column is the indicators. So how do you validate that you have done that activity? Qualitative as well as quantitative. Okay, qualitative way, the measurable way. Example like level of engagement and commitment demonstrated by local authorities and young activists as reflected in meeting minutes, statements of support, or follow-up action taken. So these are qualitative indicators. Quantitative indicators like number of participants attended the meeting, like that. So for each activity, you have timeline as well as indicators to evaluate your activity. Then the budget. Okay, when you there can be activities without budget too. Okay, it's not necessary that you have to. If it is an online meeting which you don't have to pay anything, so don't put it. But if you have an activity which costs you, so the activity what you have already listed here, it will come here, and then on the next column, you mention what are the things that cost your activity, like coffee break or promotional materials you have to print and circulate. So cost per each element. So you per coffee, 50 people are attending the meeting, and then for them you have given coffee or snacks. So list the cost per each element, and then on the last column you put the total cost of that activity. So that's how you prepare the budget. Then the next template is on how your charism relates with the activities of your action plan. So your vision, mission or charism of your organization or congregation, how does it relate to your activity or action plan that you are envisaging? Explain how they are related. Then fruitfulness or results. So you have done the activity, and then what are you going to gain by doing that activity? So you have to foresee. So if I implement this action, this is going to be the result. So write the results or the fruits you have achieved, okay, if you are executing your plan. So foresee already what results are you expecting. Then the next column is comments. So not more than 150 words. You can describe if you have encountered any difficulties, points you would like to improve, or things like that. And then include pictures of the situations if you want to. Not necessary, but is optional. So this is the template. It will be shared with you, and also we will have another session where we will in detail explain to you how to do it. Okay, so this is just to give you an overview of how to go about. So you can already plan, think. So when you come for the training next time, you should have at least a theme or the action plan in your mind at least, or written down somewhere that this is what I want to do, and these are going to be activities, and then the details we can discuss and finalize. So this is for your information. So I stop here. We are 5 minutes early, and therefore we come back 5 minutes early so that we... any questions regarding this? Yes, sister. It can be, it's editable. Yeah. Yes. Okay, we break for 15 minutes. So we come back at 3:40. Okay? Yes. And online people kindly remain with us. We will come back in 15 minutes, and we shall have our last session of the 5 days workshop. And thank you. We will see you soon. Welcome back. Participants, kindly take your seats. Excuse me, shall we begin? Yeah. We'll try to finish as early as possible. Yeah, they're out there. So welcome back, all the online participants as well as those who are in person here in this hall. So we have been speaking about JPIC mission, various JPIC topics, and we haven't just spoken to you about who we are and what we do. So we are going to show you a small short video of 5 to 6 minutes about JPIC Commission and what we do from our office. So then we will try to finish as early as possible. Okay. So welcome all of you to JPIC Commission Office of USG and UISG. You wanna look up? Yes.
We are currently living in these contexts of global problems that are systemic, driven by the capitalist economic paradigm that impacts the lives of humans and nature.
As Christians, we are invited to see with the eyes of Christ, to judge with his compassionate heart, and to act with the strength of this relationship. We are all invited to journey towards this end.
Come sarebbe bello se, mentre scopriamo nuovi pianeti lontani, riscoprissimo i bisogni del fratello e della sorella che mi orbitano attorno. Solo l'educazione alla fraternità, a una solidarietà concreta, può superare la cultura dello scarto, che non riguarda solo il cibo e i beni, ma prima di tutto le persone che vengono emarginate da sistemi tecno-economici dove al centro, senza accorgerci, spesso non c'è più l'uomo, ma i prodotti dell'uomo.
The Justice, Peace and Integrity of Creation Commission is the bridge that connects religious congregations from the local level to the global level, by bringing the voices from the grassroots to international decision-making places for inclusion.
The Justice, Peace and Integrity of Creation Commission was founded in 1982, inspired by the pastoral constitution of the Church, Gaudium et Spes. It explains that social order and its development must work to the benefit of the human person and not against it, which must be founded on truth, built on justice and animated by love.
The mission of JPIC Commission Office is to transform the world in the spirit of the gospel through conscious prayer and sacred action. leading lives of justice, peace, and care for the integrity of creation.
Through formation on JPIC issues, members of all religious congregations, men and women, are empowered to collaborate and network in partnership towards building a just society. Through this, members will learn skills on how to observe, analyze, and reflect on concrete justice issues or situations in order to take actions that can make an impact in the lives of the poor and all creation.
Justice, peace, and integrity of creation is an organism of the universal church to make Christ's justice and love towards the poor and creation be a reality everywhere. The church regards justice and participation in the transformation of the world as a constitutive dimension of the preaching of the gospel.
Insieme aiutiamoci a ricordare che gli altri non sono statistiche o numeri. L'altro ha un volto. Il tu è sempre un volto concreto, un fratello di cui prendersi cura.
Many religious congregations have established mission, social, educational, pastoral, health, refugees and migration, anti-trafficking, and integrated ecology as part of JPIC ministry to respond to this complex crisis in the world.
Looking at the signs of the times, the Church invites us to integrate JPIC into all our activities and apostolates for the transformation of the world for the sake of the poor.
Nella notte dei conflitti che stiamo attraversando, ognuno di noi può essere una candela accesa che ricorda che la luce prevale sulle tenebre.
As the saying goes, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together.
We want to go together to speak with one united prophetic voice of concerns of the poor and our common soul.
We want to go together to bring the voices from the grassroots and the margin to the places of decision making.
We want to go together, united in the mission of the Church for common good.
We want to go together with those at the peripheries to amplify their voices at the international level.
Come all, let us set our faces like flint, with boldness, motivation, and joy in the Lord, who calls us and sends us in God's mission.
Basta un solo uomo perché ci sia speranza, e quell'uomo può essere tu.
Some were asking how can we have zero budget project. This is an example of zero budget project. This whole video was made with zero expense. The commentary that you heard, the background music, everything is AI generated. Okay, so we can. These days everything is possible. Only then you need to work on it. Okay. Only difficulty we had was on getting the copyright of Pope Francis videos. And we were in search of how to get it, and then Claretian communication coordinator helped us to get free of cost this. So it's only a matter of how you connect, how you find. When you have a problem, you search for solutions and you will get. It's possible. So that's all about the JPIC Commission, what we are doing from our office. And the strength that we have is that I said this 1 million religious priests, brothers and sisters that we have, with over 2,000 religious congregations. The Commission animates men, women, religious through experience, social analysis, theological reflection, and prophetic action. This workshop is one way of doing that. Now I would like to let you know what we have planned for this year, 2026. Okay, so you are informed of what we are doing. So this year we have taken 3 main focus areas to address. Peace and active nonviolence, because we see a lot of violence, war this year. So we want to address or help people to address that. And therefore human rights violations. So human rights also is another issue or priority. And sustainable agriculture as part of sowing hope for the planet. Sister Mamali Farah has been explaining about that. So these are the 3 areas, focus areas that we deal with. There will be other areas, issues that come up during the year. We do take up that too. Another thing that we have been doing it from here in Rome. We were very much Rome focused until recently. And then we found that we cannot be localized always. We need to be globalized. And we are faced with the challenge of religious congregations moving out from Rome, JPIC coordinators operating from other countries. So we can't have always a personal contact with JPIC promoters. So therefore we thought of expanding our network. So we have now established network at 5 different continents. Okay, Africa, Asia, Americas, Europe, Oceania, and Pacific Islands, along with a group in Rome, those who are present here. Okay, we wait for a few seconds. We have lost connection with the translators. A few more seconds. Yes, I think it has come. I see some hands, thumbs up. Have you got? Not it? No.